Test 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Why don't we get to our seats here in a moment, and we'll get started on day 2. And just for some variety, we have coastal pelagic species today. So we'll get started here in a moment and just give folks a chance to grab their coffee and get settled. All right, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of our April council meeting. I'll first ask our executive director, Merrick Burden, if he has any announcements for us as we get the day started.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members and others listening virtually. You're doing quite well. We did end early yesterday. Starting today, you'll have an agenda full of coastal pelagic species matters and salmon coming in toward the end. Other than that, no announcements, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Well, let's get started. We'll start with agenda item E1, and I'll turn to Staff Officer Jesse Dorpinghouse to get us started.
Good morning. Can y'all hear me okay?
We'll get your volume right. It's a little low.
Okay. If I have any issues later, just let me know and we can make adjustments. But good morning, council members. This is agenda item E1, the National Marine Fisheries Service Report for CPS. So under this agenda item, you'll hear a regulatory update from Mr. Lockhart of the NMFS West Coast region, and then a presentation from Mr. Dale Sweetnam of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center on research and Fisheries Science Center updates. There are no advisory body reports for this item. And I would look to turn to Mr. Lockhart first for the update on the regulatory activities, unless there are any questions.
All right, see if there are any questions on around the table, and not see any. So Mr. Lockhart, welcome. And you'll need to activate your microphone.
That's new, sorry. Anyway, thank you again. Good to see you all. And I won't go over in detail of the report. It's agenda item E1A, Supplemental NMFS Report 1. It just lists the 3 recent rulemakings, by recent going back about a year, and then also looking at some expected future regulatory activities this year. Those include the 22-23 Sardine harvest specifications, which we'll be discussing soon, and as well as the 22-23 exempted fishing permits, and then finally the harvest specifications in 22-23 for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. And that's it. You have the report in front of you. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Frank. Are there any questions on the NMFS report? All right, Frank.
Then I think you can turn to the Science Center report.
All right, so Dale Sweetnam, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Gorelnik. Council members, my name is Dale Sweetnam. I will be giving the Southwest Fisheries Science Center update for coastal pelagic species. Next slide. The presentation is divided into 3 main parts. The survey updates for 2021 and 2022, the CPS assessment schedule for 2022 and beyond, and important upcoming CPS meetings. Next slide. Getting to the summer California Current Ecosystem Survey from last year. Planning for last year's survey began a year earlier, and if we were going to get into Mexico to sample, permits were submitted 6 months in advance of the survey. A total of 86 days at sea were planned aboard the Fishery service vessel Alaska, with additional nearshore sampling by fishing vessels Lisa Marie and Long Beach Carnage. In addition, we've had 5 sail drones that filled in additional sampling within the survey area. The plan was to survey all of Vancouver Island down to Point Eugenia in Baja, Mexico, as seen by the map. Then the Mexican research vessel Fraser, which has been renamed Carranza, would continue to sample down the west coast of Baja and into the Gulf of California, thereby sampling all 3 sardine subpopulations in one survey. It was a grand and glorious survey design. Next slide. The results actually didn't come off exactly as planned, but we did get quite a bit of sampling done. Because of delays leaving, we had to cancel surveying off Vancouver Island and start at the northern tip of Washington and work our way down. So the core area sampled was from Cape Flattery to mid-northern Baja California, approximately at El Rosario, about halfway through the survey design to Point Eugenia in Mexico. But we did get into Mexican waters. A total of 107 east-west transects totaling 5,800 miles, and we conducted 124 Nordic trawls. The nearshore sampling spanned from Cape Flattery to San Diego, including around Santa Cruz, Santa Catalina Islands, and was surveyed by Long Beach Carnage and Lisa Marie. A total of 254 east-west transects and 58 purse sets were completed in the nearshore sampling. We also had 7 Mexican researchers that participated in 3 legs of our survey. The logistics of getting Mexican researchers from INAPESCA on the survey during the height of the COVID pandemic was extremely difficult. The Mexican scientists came from Cancun, Guadalajara, Mexico City, Mazatlan, and Ensenada. And so arranging the travel and then having them shelter in place for at least 7 days prior to embarkation was a total nightmare. Having them shelter in place and doing COVID tests before boarding and maintaining a bubble around the ship was had to be worked on by numerous people in the lab. As you can see, we did have the director of the center out for leg 4 of the survey, as well as several people from the West Coast Regional Office. Next slide. These are the general results from the survey. The anchovy dominated the core region in the south. They are in the map on the right. The green circles are anchovy landings. Jack mackerel dominated the core region in the north. Those are the dark blue circles. Sardine had 2 areas of distribution off Oregon and Washington. They're the red parts of the circles, as well as in the Southern California bight. But the sardine and the Pacific mackerel comprised a small fraction of the CPS. Pyrosomes were once again a problem in some of the survey areas. And what's presented here is just to the north of the border. We haven't finalized the work from Mexican waters yet. And the technical report for this survey has not been completed yet, and we're still working on that. The acoustics team had hoped to have a joint report by NOAA and EFPs put together. However, the process has been slow in taking shape. So eventually we'll have a joint report for the entire sampling area for both vessels in both countries. Next slide. We did have to cancel the winter cow coffee survey due to positive COVID tests on essential personnel aboard the vessel, and we couldn't get replacements in time to make the survey go. The spring cow coffee, which is scheduled for April 6th through the 28th, left on the 6th and is actually out sampling on the Shimada. And hopefully it'll get a total of 104 stations from San Diego to San Francisco and out 350 miles on the two bottom lines. For 2022 spring CPS survey, no survey was planned due to the continuing resolution and delayed federal budget. Nothing could be planned in terms of getting the ships ready and days at sea scheduled. So that was canceled. And the summer cow coffee survey is scheduled for July 10th through the 25th aboard the research vessel Bold Horizon. Next slide. As far as sampling this year, the 2022 California Current Ecosystem Survey is planned to be aboard the Ruben Lasco again. The current plan is for 76 days from July 27th through September 23rd in 4 legs, and sampling from northern Vancouver Island to Point Eugenie again. This year, there won't be any sail drones added to the sampling mix to fill in the adaptive sampling areas. We are planning to have the nearshore sampling of the entire U.S. Coast by Long Beach Carnage and Lisa Marie again, which was very useful. And sampling in Mexican waters from the border to Point Eugenie is planned and permits have been submitted. But it's unclear at this point whether the Mexican research vessel Fraser Carranza will be able to continue south and cover the rest of Baja California like it did last year. Next slide. I mentioned this last year, and it's the project has really taken shape. In the 2022 West Coast Pelagic Survey, a re-envisioning by 2025 and beyond, NIMS is attempting to combine the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and Southwest Fisheries Science Center West Coast surveys of hake and coastal pelagic species. And this integrated survey will support the NIMS mission by optimizing investment of federal funds by improving the data collected for stock assessments, management strategy evaluations, and ecosystem research and modeling, while advancing NOAA's strategic priorities for uncrewed systems like the sail drones, strategic application of transformational tools such as eDNA, which we're working hard on right now, and the development and implementation of artificial intelligence and machine learning tools, excuse me. And this will be built upon the joint survey efforts we have done in the past, like the Sake survey we did in 2015 and some additional years, and collaborating on innovative technologies and survey approaches to conduct an integrated survey in 2025. We have identified project managers for 2022 and will conduct a stakeholder science management workshop in the fall of 2022. NOAA Fisheries has put a lot of energy in this planning effort. Asia Milo is on temporary assignment heading up this collaborative process, and Rick Mathod is one of the primary advisors in the effort. The council will be notified of the upcoming stakeholder workshop this fall once it's been scheduled. Next slide. Going on to the CPS assessment schedule. So as you know, the central subpopulation of northern anchovy star panel was held on December 7th through the 10th, 2021, and will be presented to the council at the June meeting coming up after this one. The northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine update was held March 2nd and will be presented at this council meeting as agenda item E3. The next benchmark assessment is currently scheduled for February 2023, but the SSC has sort of asked the stat to potentially wait until 2024 and trying to address some outstanding issues prior to the survey, such as stock separation between the northern subpopulation of sardine and the southern subpopulation of sardine. The Pacific mackerel benchmark assessment is also scheduled for next year, May 2nd through the 4th at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. Next slide. As far as upcoming meetings for CPS, the Trinational Sardine and Small Pelagic Forum is currently scheduled for May 2nd and 3rd, which is less than a month away. It'll be a virtual meeting. The registration deadline is April 11th. It's coming up quick. It's next Monday. If you haven't registered yet and would like to register, I left Stephanie Flores' contact information here. Email her and she'll send you the registration form and get you signed up. We have well over 50 participants so far signed up, so it's going to be a nice meeting. We had hoped to have the presentations from, we delayed the meeting. Usually it's around December after the Cal Coffee conference, but we sort of delayed, hoping to get both the U.S. and the Mexican research teams together to give a presentation on the large survey from last summer, but we delayed and we couldn't delay any longer. So the Trinational will be May 2nd and 3rd. The center is also planning to have a stock structure workshop for sardine. The dates haven't been scheduled yet. This was discussed in the SSC meeting on Thursday. We've been waiting to do this workshop to have an in-person meeting, trying to get the researchers together to determine best way to separate the northern stock from the southern stock, and as it moves back and forth between the Mexican border and up with global warming up into U.S. waters more often. We also have the 45th Annual Larval Fish Conference and 13th International Larval Biology Symposium occurring this summer, August 29th through September 1st. The Southwest Fisheries Center is the host of this meeting. It's going to be in San Diego at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. And it'll have, this is the first time people from all over the world, larval fish researchers in one place in a long time since the pandemic. Next slide, I think that's it. So I can leave it at that and ask for any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Dale. I'm sure there are some questions around the table. Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dale, for the report. Just if you could go back to slide 10. I think it was just the previous slide. Thank you. I hope I'm not getting ahead of some of these agenda items with this question, but on the two upcoming meetings regarding sardines, the Trinational and the stock structure. I'm just thinking about some of today's upcoming agenda items and talking about uncertainties with sardines. One of them I think that comes up is also the catch in the Mexico fisheries, the actual quantity of the catch in addition to the stock structure. And so you covered all the surveys that are being done in the research and the structure workshop, but is there in the science center or the NIMS process any progress in that estimation of catch that occurs in the Mexico fisheries? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassemer. The stock structure workshop would cover that. It's currently a temperature threshold in which the sardines, if they're caught at under 16.7 degrees Celsius, they're considered northern stock, and whether they're caught above that, it would be considered southern stock. And that would be reviewed at the stock structure workshop. So that would be one of the major points in trying to determine that. We think the granularity of the data coming in is monthly, and it doesn't allow for precise estimations of who's who and what's what, and whether that temperature threshold at 16.7 or some other temperature would be the best way to do that. And that's partially what that sardine structure workshop would answer, and a review of the sardine habitat model, which sort of uses that temperature in there to distinguish the stocks. So yeah, that would be a large portion of what that workshop would entail.
All right. Further questions? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Dale, for the presentation. In the slide that described the 2022 survey, there was a bullet that said that no sailbones in 2022 would be used to fill in the adaptive sampling areas. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about why that is.
I think thank you, Mr. Anderson. I think the question is actually whether we have the funding this year with the continuing resolution and not having a budget until basically April. We weren't able to get contracts in place to do that sail drone sampling, and whether we had the funding to do it. But it was with that and ship survey for the CPS spring survey, we didn't have a budget to plan those days. So it was one of the projects that was not able to get funded in the amount of time.
Just a quick follow-up. Thanks for that response. I just wondered what are the implications of not being able to use those to fill in some sampling areas. How would you characterize the loss of data as a result of that?
It would make the data a bit coarser. The sail drone data gets integrated into a much instead of a 20 nautical mile grid, you have a 10 nautical mile grid, and it helps out, in precision of what you are collecting and what you're expanding the acoustic signals out to. So it's better to have it, but without it, we can do just fine as well.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? All right, thank you very much, Dale. And we have no other reports here under this agenda item. There is one public comment, I believe. Jeff Chester. Let's bring that up.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Great. Good morning, everyone. This is Jeff Chester, representing the conservation group Oceana, and wanted to thank the council for the opportunity to provide comment this morning. We have brief comments on this item. We especially wanted to, on behalf of our members that care deeply about the coastal pelagics and the California current ecosystem, wanted to thank the Southwest Fisheries Science Center for its demonstrated responsiveness to the comments and feedback that not only us, but also industry stakeholders have raised over the last few years. The research that was conducted into Mexico using a single survey to survey the 3 subpopulations, the collaboration with industry vessels on the acoustics, as well as the use of sail drones to extend the acoustic survey into nearshore waters, demonstrate that that the Science Center is listening and is making efforts to try to address some of the key scientific challenges with respect to management of these stocks. Also, just really cool that new methods like the environmental DNA approach are being used as well. With respect to the future actions, we certainly, in terms of the regulatory, do look forward to the upcoming anchovy assessment for the central subpopulation and setting specifications at the June meeting, consistent with the new anchovy framework. And with respect to the workshops coming up and the future work of the Science Center, we definitely do appreciate the focus on the sardine stock structure and differentiating the northern and southern subpopulations, both in the surveys and in the catch, as Mr. Hassemer pointed out. In addition, we believe just as important, if not more, in terms of the big picture, in terms of setting harvest rates for sardines, is to include a recalculation of the sardine MSY harvest rates as part of that body of work, so that could be included and discussed and approved by the SSC at the next sardine assessment. We believe that one of that item has been missing from the terms of reference, and that could be a place to put that. But really ask the Science Center to focus hard now that since scientists there have indicated that the current method for using Cal Coffee to set MSY harvest rates is faulty, and it also is conflicting with the recent productivity observed. There was also some comments by the SSC and the CPS management team last year to that effect, and both groups highlighted that need to reassess the EMSY for sardine as a research priority. So just if there is a pause taken to really get a better understanding of sardine and address some of the key scientific issues, we ask that EMSY be prioritized as a key goal of those workshops and the scientific efforts that happen before the next assessment. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment, and again, wanted to just voice our appreciation for the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and all your hard work. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions for Jeff on his public comment? All right, thank you, Jeff. Well, that completes public comment on this first agenda item and takes us to any council discussion we may have. There's no action here, but let's see if there's any discussion to be had on the NIFS report. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, there I see one. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm just told, the slide that talked about re-envisioning surveys and combining the HAKE and the CPS surveys into a integrated type approach. I would express interest to continue to get updates from National Marine Fisheries Service Science Center as appropriate to understand what the ramifications of doing that are relative to both surveys, but in particular the HAKE survey, if there are trade-offs being made to have that type of an integrated survey, trade-offs in terms of the quality of the survey, the information that comes from it on both fronts, both sets of species. So just totally understand the reason for moving in that direction and to optimize the use of the limited vessel time that is available from year to year and all of the information that we're trying to get from those efforts. But at the same time, would like to understand what the trade-offs are, if there are some. So just putting that out as a request.
Frank?
Sorry, still learning. I got the button this time. That is the agency's intent, and we've already had some internal discussions, and we plan to regularly update the council as we go through this process.
I'm not seeing any hands, but I've got a question or comment for Frank. We've lost some opportunity, survey opportunity, sail drones, and there was a spring survey, I think, that was canceled due to funding uncertainties. But when the funding eventually comes through, what happens to those funds? Are they repurposed? Are they saved for a survey the following year? What happens?
Well, in my experience, it's different every time. And it kind of depends on how the funds are included. So the specifics, I think I can't answer, but I don't know if Dale is still on. If they've had any discussions about that, he might be able to answer that.
Dale, if you know, and if not, we can just have this discussion offline.
Thank you, Chairman Gorelnik. It's way above my pay grade to figure out how the funding occurs too. So I'm going to punt that answer down the road. It's every year we go through the process and attempt to get as much survey time as we can, and it's oftentimes with these white ships, it's a crapshoot in terms of what survey time you get, and we've tried to make inroads in terms of the normal sampling programs like the summer survey, as well as the early summer and late spring rockfish survey and CPS surveys, as well as the Cal Coffee surveys. But the cost of doing these surveys has increased dramatically in terms of diesel prices and everything else. Right now, getting those surveys out on the water is going to be a lot more difficult than it was even last year. So we're in the process of trying to figure that out. We try and make our white ship reservations 5 years in advance and hope that those funding sources remain intact and move forward from there. So it's a long process to get that ship out on the water and able to sample. So that's why the long process in trying to revise the sampling program for hake and CPS, and it'll be a long process and one that the stakeholders will be a large part of as well.
All right, thank you, Dale. Anything further from the council on this agenda item? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. I think as Pete alluded to, some of these issues I think will be coming up later today, particularly under E3 from the substock workshop to the temperature that was mentioned in public testimony. So just noting that I believe we'll have some questions, if not this meeting for NIMS, then but on that topic under E3, and not discussing those now, but holding them until E3.
All right, thank you, Corey. Anything else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dale, thanks for the report. I appreciate that. It was really, the presentation was great. You mentioned fuel prices, and I'm thinking of the survey ships, and then that we have two basic different agencies that operate those. And obviously you have control or say of one of them, but the other one, how does that fit in if it's National Ocean Service or that runs the ships? Is that fuel their decision? We don't have the money, so we can't do the survey, or is that a joint operation, or how does that work? I'm just trying to understand a little better who has the veto power on the fuel, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a question that we're wrangling with right now. We deal with the OMAO, which is the operates the vessels and the airplanes as well. But we're going in there, and it's a new territory in terms of costs and what we had planned for 5 years prior. So it's actually new territory, and I'm not sure where we're going to end up right now.
Thank you.
All right. Last call for any questions or discussion on agenda item E1. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Frank. And without further ado, we will move on to our next agenda item, E2, exempted fishing permits. And Jesse, please get us started.
Great. So yes, this is agenda item E2, EFPs for 2022-2023 final action. So the council, the CPS FMP allows for EFP activities to be conducted, and these processes are outlined in COP 23. And you initially considered EEFP applications in November 2021. And then at this meeting, you'll be taking final action on your EFPs. There were 3 notices of intent submitted in November. And if approved, they would allow for take of Pacific Sardine and will be considered along with management measures for the 2022-2023 Pacific Sardine management measures, which will be your next agenda item under E3. In terms of briefing book materials, you had the 3 EFP applications as attachments 1 and 2 from the California Wet Fish Producers Association. And then the 3rd attachment was from the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group proposal. Additionally, there are reports from the SSC, the management team, and the advisory subpanel. And I'll note there are also 2 public comment PowerPoints from the EFP applicants. Your council action for today is to adopt final EFP recommendations for the 2022-2023 sardine fishery. I'd be happy to take any questions on that overview, and then I would turn to the SSC.
All right. Thank you very much, Jesse. Any questions for Jesse on the overview? All right. We will proceed as you recommend, Jesse. We'll first hear from the SSC. Dan Holland, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik and members of the council. I'd like to read the SSC report on agenda item E2A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, April 22, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Exempted Fishing Permits for the 2022-2023 final action. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed 3 proposals to renew exempted fishing permits, EFPs, for coastal pelagic species from the California Wet Fish Producers Association, that's agenda item E2, attachments 1 and 2, and the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, agenda item E2, attachment 3. The California Wet Fish Producers Association EFPs are to obtain point sets to validate the aerial survey estimates of CPS biomass in the nearshore area and collect biological samples from a limited directed Pacific sardine fishery. The West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, EFP, intends to continue complementary acoustic sampling to quantify the CPS assemblage in waters inaccessible to the NOAA SSV Reuben Alaska. All three proposals were previously reviewed by the SSC, and all three proposals continue, work, and employ similar methods that were used in previous years. The SSC notes that future EFPs submitted for renewal should include a section to explain how the data that were collected are or will be used in CPS management. The SSC supports the approval of the three EFPs and commends the applicants for their dedication to the continued research needed to improve assessment of northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine and the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. The SSC repeats its call, see Agenda Item H1A, Supplemental SSC Report 1 from November 2020, that the Council Operating Procedure, COP23, explicitly outline the role of the SSC to review the scientific components of EFPs. The SSC recommends modifying COP23 to have the CPSMT conduct an initial review of EFP applications and identify any scientific or experimental design elements of the EFP application that need SSC review. This will allow the SSC to focus on the scientific aspects of the EFP and will be similar to the process that is used to review highly migratory species and groundfish EFPs. And that concludes the SSC statement. I'd be happy to take questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holland. I'm wondering if these EFPs can help resolve any of the subpopulation structure issues that is mentioned under your report from E3. I know several folks around the table have already spoken briefly to this, and I'm wondering if these EFPs bring anything to that discussion. Thank you.
That was not something really that came much under discussion, and I'm not sure I have a good answer for you on that. There is one component of the EFPs from the Wet Fish Producers Association is some catch of the directed fish from the directed fisheries. So this does provide samples of catch, of sardines that are caught at different times of the year, which presumably can be evaluated with various aging techniques and various other techniques. But we didn't really discuss what role that would play. And I think the bigger issue is what percentage of the catch down in Mexico is is coming from the different subpopulations. And this wouldn't have any real impact on that. So I'm not sure if that's a particularly great answer to your question, but that's sort of the best I can do. I could try to follow up more on that.
Thanks, that's good. Thank you.
All right, further questions on the SSC report? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from the CPS management team, Greg Krutzikowski.
Good morning, council members. This is Greg Krutzikowski of the CPS management team. I will be reading the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report on exempted fishing permits for 2022-2023 for final action. I'm assuming you can hear me. There has been some question about that from council staff. So speak up now if you can't.
We will always tell you if we can't hear you. If you don't hear from us, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed 3 proposals for exempted fishing permits. 2 from the California Wet Fish Producers Association, agenda items E2, attachment 1 and 2, and 1 from the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, agenda item E2, attachment 3. Both parties are reapplying for exemptions from any potential restrictions on directed fishing for Pacific sardine during the 2022-2023 fishing season. The CPSMT sees value in the data collected from these EFPs for use in the stock assessment and recommends the council endorse all 3 EFP applications, including the amount requested in each EFP.
right, thank you very much, Greg. Are there any questions of the management team? Oh, Mr. Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering if the CPSMT had discussed the SSC recommendation at all about having the MT kind of look at providing a report on the scientific issues related to the EFPs, if you've had any discussion about that and if you had any thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. The question was not discussed explicitly during our meeting, but I believe that I can speak for the management team and say that we would welcome the opportunity to provide the SSC with specifics on what aspects they should review for statistical and scientific purposes.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the management team? All right, thank you very much, Greg. We'll now go to the CPS Advisory Subpanel. David Crabb, welcome, David. I don't see David on our participant list. If there's anyone from the CPSAS that intends to read the statement, please speak up. Otherwise, I will ask our staff officer, Jesse Dorbinghouse, to read the statement. So Jesse, why don't you take it away?
Sure thing, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know David thought he would be able to make it this morning, but I guess something came up. So I'll be happy to read the report into the record. So I'll be reading from agenda item E2A, supplemental CPSAS report 1 on EFPs for 2022-2023 final action. The CPSAS discussed requests from 3 EFPs, 2 by the CWPA in cooperation with CDFW, and another by WCP in cooperation with WDFW. All collaborative projects intend to address the continuing need for data, including alternative biological sampling and collection by PERSingNet to assess CPS biomass inshore of current NOAA acoustic trawl surveys. Both the WCP and CWPA are working collaboratively with the NIMS Southwest Fishery Science Center in an effort to improve survey data collections that will lead to better informed stock assessments and fishery management. 2 surveys will focus on confirming biological composition and school size of CPS estimated by acoustic surveys and spotter planes. In addition, a 3rd survey will collect biological data, especially fishery age structure data. Data from the CWPA biological sampling EFP was used in the stock assessment model for the first time since the directed fishery closed in 2015. The CPSAS strongly urges the Council to approve these EFP proposals as submitted. And while I might not be able to answer your questions, I do know that the applicants who, some of which are on the AS, are giving public comment, and so you could probably direct your questions to them.
All right, thank you, Jesse. I think it would be unfair to ask you those questions. So we'll see when public comment comes. Hopefully we can have an opportunity to ask those questions. So that completes all of the reports that we have under this agenda item. It takes us to public comment, of which we have a number. So let me bring up my list here. I thought I had a number. I guess there's only one here. So no, we do have a number. I guess I've got to refresh my. All right, so our list is on the screen there, and we will take these in order. Diane Pleschner-Steele, welcome.
Good morning, council members, Chair Gorelnik, Diane Fleschner-Steele, representing California wetfish producers. And I'm happy to give you this is a work in progress of our EFP from this year that now goes on until June 30th. And also at the end, we'll provide a request for renewal. Next slide, please. The purpose of, and I'm speaking specifically about our directed fishing EFP, and the purpose of it is actually to replicate a directed fishery to provide a continuing time series of biological data, since the sardine fishery has been closed since 2015 and likely to remain closed for the foreseeable future. The time series of directed fishing data were stock assessments. This actually, our EFP was created after the Star Panel review when they had not used any directed fishing data since the fishery closed. And the stock assessment team prefers to use only ages from directed fishing as the best representation of the fishery. And in fact, the stock assessment author met with both the advisory subpanel and management team at our meeting yesterday and confirmed that yes, directed fishery samples are useful and will continue to be useful until the fishery reopens. The data collection method that we are using for this EFP was actually developed in consultation with stock assessment scientists and as a guideline to try for at least 6 sets per semester per area in Monterey and Southern California spread out over the time period. And we have tried to coordinate with the aerial surveys so the samples can provide biological data for the aerial surveys. And another new use of the fishery biodata, and I understand there was a question that came up, but can it be used to parse northern and southern stocks? And in fact, we have an SK grant proposal submitted with Dr. Juan Zwolinski as a partner to do exactly that. So we're going to be collecting samples throughout the year and then testing the temperature assumptions, dividing the northern from southern sardines. And we are, in addition to monthly samples, we're going to have a panel of fishermen, including both the live bait fishermen and our EFP fishermen, who will meet monthly and provide their, eyes on the ground input. So hopefully we will get to the stock structure issue through this EFP. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. And here's a spreadsheet of our progress to date. This was in model year 2020 semester 2, January to June. All landings were considered northern stock and they were used in the 2022 stock assessment. And if you'll note, our EFP from the prior year, we left about 121 tons. We returned that. We didn't quite get finished with. And the next slide, please. So progress here, the model year 2021. Semester 1, July to December of 2021, one landing was considered northern stock and used in the stock assessment. And if you take a look at the sea surface temperatures that are recorded at the time of catch, 4 of the 6 landings were less than 1 degree above the 62.06 Fahrenheit threshold for the northern stock. And so they weren't using the model, but this highlights the high priority need to review those temperature assumptions. And we are planning at least 4 more sets in Southern California before June 30th. And we'll attempt directed sets in Monterey too if the sardines reappear. The last report from Monterey fishermen, the fishing grounds are full of anchovy and only sardines that we saw. In fact, this goes back to last fall in our points at EFP as well. The only sardines we could see with the aerial and trying to do point sets were on rocky habitat, not accessible to person. Next slide, please. So this is just a picture of some of the sets, a location of the sets that we've taken over the course of our EFPs. And note that these are all on our fishing grounds. This is typically the near shore area is where about 70 to 80% of the catch comes from in California. And that's, typically inshore of the NOAA offshore cruises. So, which is why it's really important, and we're happy to contribute, in the nearshore surveys. This is Southern California. Next slide, please. Next slide. And here's what we have so far in Monterey. And again, notice how tight to the beach. All of our, this is a typical fishing pattern in California. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. And all of our sets are taken, are sampled by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And this is the age and length data from the samples that CDF and W worked up. And this was for Monterey. And we did observe some recruitment in Monterey, but we observed a lot of one-year-old fish. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And here's from Southern California. And please note, a substantial amount of recruitment is showing up here. And this is taken, we see these fish in Southern California year long. And that's one of the issues that we are worried about, because we see the recruitment, but yet by the time the Lasker comes down and they're only using summer survey fish in their stock assessment. And so the fish in California are now being omitted because they're assumed to be southern stock because they're caught in the summertime. And that's one of the things we hope to resolve with our EFP going forward with the SK grant. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here's just a random sample of observations from the fishermen as part of our EFP in Southern California. And these were noting that water temperatures, 2 of the 3 were, in the northern sub-hop assumption under 62 degrees. And the third one was 63, so it's kind of like, I don't think fish can know half a degree difference between one stock and the other. But the point is, we're seeing an awful lot of sardines in Southern California right now, large schools, and we're restricting our EFP, based on the size that we have. We're restricting our catches to less than 20 tons so that we can spread out the EFP throughout the year. But this is the typical pattern of what the fish are seeing in Southern California. Next slide, please. So my final plea is please approve the EFP renewal. We need to continue a small directed fishery and collect these biosamples and maintain a time series of length and age from the targeted sardine landings to hopefully avoid the modeling challenges that are now facing the anchovy stock assessment due to the gap in fishery age data. And the sardine model, thankfully, now does include some current fishery age data, which was used in 2022. Directed sardine landings can provide biosamples to the aerial survey, and we try to target with them as well as with the acoustic trawl survey when it runs. And now with our SK grant proposal calling for monthly samples of sardine landings, we are hoping to test the current assumptions to separate northern and southern sardines. And the CPS SSC subcommittee acknowledged that the northern sardine biomass is likely underestimated, and uncertainty over stock structure are high priority research needs. So this directed fishing biosampling EFP can provide helpful answers, and the stock assessment author has agreed that directed fishery samples are useful until the fishery reopens. We are committed to help improve the sardine science. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Diane. I imagine there may be a question or two. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Diane, for the great presentation there. I have a question on the temperatures, if you know. You mentioned the threshold was 62.09, but all of the temperatures that you had in your presentation were to the whole digit. And I'm curious how those temperatures are being collected, and what is the accuracy of the devices that are being used, as well as what depth are you taking these at? Are they surface temperatures taken from transducers on the hull, or are they some other method? Just could you speak to how that's done? It seems to be a pretty fine line, 6209, compared to the numbers that are being represented there. So thank you.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for your question, Mr. Dooley. The temperatures are recorded by the fisherman from his electronics. So the fisher, I'm assuming it's coming from his transducer. So under the boat, and the depths, we record the lat long of all of the catches. The fisherman has a log that he fills out that includes the precise lat long and the sea surface temperature, and then any observations that he might have. And in some of the cases, we ask him to try and take a sonar photograph of the schools. And some of, as you saw in that one slide, he's able to do that many times, and we have some of that. But basically, the temperature is taken from the boat at the time from his electronics. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Diane. I appreciate it. When I asked about depth, I meant depth of the temperature sounder, but you answered that because it's in the hull of the boat. So I'm familiar with those devices, and I know they vary quite a bit from vessel to vessel, from my experience. And so it seems like like you pointed out, you're less than a degree away on some of these that could have very well been considered the other stock. So I appreciate your comments, and thanks for the information.
There's, if I can kind of continue on the path of the temperature thing, one of our EFP fishermen, and I'm hoping that he's going to be able to sign up and present some information, but one of his observations on one of the sets that he made when he was running from San Pedro, and he ran from 59.7 degree water at night going out to make the set. And I forget, I'd have to relook and see where he actually, the set number that he recorded, what that temperature was. But water temperatures, as you know, is being on the ocean, water temperatures run, from patch to patch. They're changeable. So I think the temperature thing is something that is certainly bears scrutiny in terms of dividing these stocks. But anyway, thanks for the question.
All right, thank you, Diane. Further questions, Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Diane. And you mentioned that you're trying to keep the sets below 20 metric tons to make the EFP last. And I know the council in the past has had comments about capping the sets, so that the catch doesn't get too large. I'm wondering, and you may have told us this last year, but as a reminder, how does this change, trying to keep your, sets within a certain amount, change the way people fish compared to if the fishery were open? There was one quote you showed us about trying to take a piece out of 110 metric ton school. But how differently are people fishing under that 20 metric ton cap? If that was a clear question, I can articulate it better if unclear.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. What we're trying to do is replicate a directed fishery. And as you're probably aware, fishermen go out and try to fill the boat. So it does change things a bit, because what they're first targeting is they're looking for smaller schools. And if they don't find smaller schools, then they're looking to try and take a piece out of a larger school. And And then sometimes in the past, in the fishery, the market would set, would set catch limits because based on what they could take, what they could process, or what they could sell. So the using this 20-ton limit is kind of the balancing point, or 17 tons is what it actually works out to be, and it's roughly equivalent to that. That's what they go out and they look for, and that could be replicating in the past the market conditions that limited the catch. So it doesn't. I don't know how to express this. We just want to keep close control of it. Obviously, we don't want to go over the EFP. So it's just a balancing act to try to get to something that replicates the fishery in a way that is also mindful that we have a very limited, quota to catch in the CFP. And then there's the issue of just trying to make sense of it. What replicates the fishery in the most economical way and judicious way that we can do it and still replicate a fishery. Whereas, for example, the kinds of sets that are being done on our sampling, for our acoustic sampling, we do the same type of thing, and we don't have an EFP for what we do because we have a scientific collection permit, and we're only taking, a very small wrap and a couple bucket samples, which really doesn't replicate fishing, and nor does nor does the catch taken in incidental fisheries. That was one of the things that Dr. Hill pointed out, why the stat is needing directed fishing to use the fishery age data, because it's more representative of a fishery. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Diane.
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, Diane, thank you for the presentation. Getting back to the temperature, I think Bob started to touch on, there's a 62.06 degree Fahrenheit threshold that's been established, which I assume is actually 16.7 degrees Celsius.
That's correct.
But it seems to me that temperature is a big part of how we delineate north and south. When we see on your slides here, the whole number Fahrenheit degrees, are you going to the 10th at least? I mean, a little more informative would be, are you rounding up, rounding down? Seems to be that you'd want to hopefully provide a more prescriptive temperature reading to the folks so they could better figure out what that line might be in the future.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, Mr. Pettinger. What the fishermen do on their logs is to record the temperature as it's listed on their electronics. I can ask them. I don't think it's recorded in a decimal percentage, but if there were a way to, and I think that is a good thing to suggest. Maybe there's a way that we can, for our SK grant EFP, have not only the fishermen record their electronics on their boats, but also have some sort of a temperature monitor that we could drop in the water. And I'll talk to them about it, but if there's a way that we can get to more accurate temperature, then, for certain for our SK grant, we should do it that way. Good idea. But at this point, what they're recording is what they have on available to them on their electronics.
Thank you, Diane. Any further questions of Diane on her public comment? All right, thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
We'll now go to our next public comment. Mike Okonevsky and Lorna Orgo.
Chair. I'm just going to be very brief because Lorna's has a lot of good material to discuss and give to you. So I would like to say thank you. Our collaborative fisheries research has really been just that. We've worked with a lot with the Southwest Center. The two leads that I want to mention are Dave Deemer and also Kristen Cook. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife has been a foundation for us in many respects, especially in the sampling. And Lorna, Ocean Gold Seafoods, has done a lot of administrative stuff for us as well. And the other two states have certainly been helpful. And even the Northwest Science Center has been contributing at points also. So it has.
Hey, Mike, it seems sometimes your audio drops out. I'm not sure why that is. As in, we're not hearing you right now.
How about now?
Yeah.
Or are you waiting on Lorna?
Yep. So carry on. You're gone again.
Lorna, can you take over at this point, or?
Yes, I can. And if we...
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Lorna.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair Gorelnik and council members. I'm Lorna Wargo, and for this agenda item, I'm wearing my WDFW hat and also speaking on behalf of the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. Today, we'd like to acknowledge the Council for its support of this industry-initiated effort and to recognize the tremendous support by the leadership and scientists at the Southwest Fishery Science Center. This collaboration, pairing industry and state and federal scientists and biologists, demonstrates the value gained by leveraging the respective expertise and skill sets of each. Collectively, we have advanced our ability to understand forage fish resources in the California current ecosystem. Following a pilot survey in 2017, full surveys were conducted in 2019 and 2021, during which the Lisa Marie, with her Captain Rick Blair, deck crew, and biologists, acoustically surveyed 249 transects, made 85 sets, and collected and processed over 22,000 specimens. These data have been used in recent sardine stock assessments and are undergoing further analysis to enhance study design and example temporal and biological distribution differences of nearshore and offshore assemblages. While logistically challenging, as you can imagine, the work has been very rewarding, which I think is reflected in the video that we want to share with you this morning. So this concludes my part of the introduction, and I think the video, Sandra can tee up. Chris. And if you have questions, if there's time, I could take them after.
West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group is a true industry coalition formed by leading producers and independent fishermen in the seafood industry. Our goal has been to assist government agencies such as NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service and the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife in their studies of ecologically important coastal pelagic species, primarily sardines, anchovies, mackerel, and herring. We bring a unique perspective from those who know how to find and catch fish. Since being founded in 2015, WCP has responded to industry concerns that the nearshore regions of the West Coast were undersurveyed. From 2016 to 2017, in conjunction with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, we conducted trial aerial surveys of the area. But usable data could not be compiled from these overflights. In discussions with the Southwest Science Center, the idea came forth to use an industry vessel to observe and sample the nearshore region, running prescribed transect lines. The center proposed fitting the fishing vessel Lisa Marie with scientific-grade sounder equipment. This would allow the vessel to acoustically record and sample, using Persane gear, the observed assemblages in tandem with the research vessel Reuben Lasker. The Southwest Center and WDFW provided funding for a proof-of-concept voyage in 2018. This helped survey the nearshore regions of the Washington coast. This collaboration produced credible data which added to the study and allowed the project to continue. In 2019, WCP was awarded an SK grant to further investigate this collaborative effort. Washington and then the Oregon coastline were added to the survey scope. By 2021, the surveyable areas expanded from the northern tip of Washington state to Bodega Bay, California. The much nimbler fishing vessel Lisa Marie is better able to survey the shallow waters of the nearshore region using sonar and sounder information to spot schools of fish for sampling. After a sizable aggregation has been located, the crews begin by setting the net and having a skiff pull away to begin encircling the fish. Once the fish have been surrounded, the skiff will hand off one end of the net back to the vessel and begin to purse the net. This closes off the bottom and ensures the fish can no longer escape. The crew then hauls back. This brings the entrapped fish alongside the vessel for sample collection. The samples are taken using a dip net and placing them into a plastic basket. Once the samples have been collected, the remaining fish are released unharmed. From here, WDFW biologists follow established protocols and diligently catalog all the characteristics of the fish: species composition, identification, length and weight measurements, and otolith extraction for aging studies. This short video demonstrates how collaboration between governmental agencies, scientific institutions, and private industry are able to fill key data gaps. Our mission is to support robust stock assessments that can guide us all towards sound resource management and sustainable fishing opportunities into the future.
Anything further, Lorna?
No, that would conclude our comment this morning. Thank you.
All right. So are there any questions from around the council table or virtually? Well, I'll just say I think that was terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next, our speaker is Jeff Shester. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Jeff Shester representing Oceana. Certainly concur, really appreciated that last video and the efforts by WDFW and the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. I wanted to just begin by stating that Oceana and myself personally have been involved actively in and engaged in sardine management since 2007. Since then, the sardine population has collapsed Not only does this result in ecological impacts, such as mortality events for sea lions and brown pelicans, but sardines are also a food source for whales, dolphins, pinnipeds, as well as a number of larger fish, such as bluefin and tuna and swordfish. And the collapse has resulted in severe direct economic impacts. There is no fishery right now in the Pacific Northwest, and fishery disaster has been declared. And the overfish condition of sardines right now is really a lose-lose scenario. Nobody wins from the current situation. The surveys and the assessment both confirm the stock is around 2% of what it was 15 years ago. There's a tendency in management to overcomplicate sardines and kind of throw your hands up in the air because there's too many sources of confusion. And this has been difficult in the management process, but really, you can keep management quite simple, which is to fish the stock when it's healthy and leave it alone when the stock is low. And this is the best, not only for the resource, but for the economy of the fishing industry in coastal communities. I guess a metaphor I think about a lot is, if first responders arrive at an accident and encounter a trauma victim that's lost a lot of blood, the thing you want to do is stop the bleeding, not remove more blood to do some sort of blood test. And leaving the fishery alone when it is low minimizes the natural decline, prevents it from dropping below the minimum stock size threshold and becoming overfished, and ensures a more rapid recovery. This is in the FMP. The harvest rate for sardines is supposed to drop to 0 when the stock approaches cutoff. And it also states that the goal of minimizing mortality on an overfished stock. This conflicts directly with the goals of the biological sampling EFP, which the California Whitefish Producers Association states is to conduct a directed sardine fishery. Because of the excessive harvest during the collapse and the continued authorization of directed fishing on an overfished stock by the live bait, fishery, and EFPs, we believe the decline has been worsened. The California Whitefish Producers Association and also the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has simply not justified or explained the value of the information. Instead, rather than describe what the actual value is of the information and improving biomass estimates, the general response has been that catching sardines at the proposed levels just won't affect the sardine population. The SSC discussion indicated that the biological sampling, while it is used in the stock assessment, has little effect on the population estimates. But notes that they haven't been asked to directly address that question hence they've requested the management team and council identify research questions in the future. Nor does the sampling help differentiate the north versus the southern stock. In fact, we did learn that any EFP catch of the southern stock is not even used in the stock assessment. We heard that the main goal of the biological sampling EFP is to show recruitment that's not being seen in the surveys. But if there is any recruitment that actually occurred, you would see it in the form of an increase in sardine abundance in the surveys, and that would be reflected. Ultimately, this whole effort about kind of the scientific uncertainty and the effort over these EFPs is really arguing over crumbs. The biological sampling series has little effect on the biomass estimate. The point sets EFP of 300 metric tons, which is has the goal to calibrate aerial surveys, doesn't address the fundamental irreconcilable problems with the subjective nature of having a pilot visually estimate schools based on what's present at the surface, and that the ATM survey can't be integrated with the aerial survey due to potential double counting and insufficient spatial coverage of the aerial surveys. And this has been a perennial problem. This is not new. I actually recall the same debate back in 2010. And since then, the acoustic trawl method has been repeatedly approved in methodology reviews for direct use in management, while aerial surveys continue to be unable to provide a biomass estimate for the northern subpopulation. We support improving the science, but not at the expense of unsustainable levels of harvest. While 820 metric tons may be okay when the stock is healthy, it simply is not now. The justification that the EFP allowances are within sustainable catch limits is fundamentally untrue. Because the ACL is likely being set 4 to 5-fold too high. As we point out elsewhere, the EMSY that's being set greater than 20% conflicts with the low productivity of this stock, which is failing to recover, which has been pointed out by the SSC and the management team last year. We have not learned from the lessons of the past. Research efforts served to delay meaningful action and prevented recovery during the collapse of the Cannery Row era. And the only way the stock ultimately actually recovered was from that last previous collapse was a complete moratorium on all sardine fishing. In fact, what we are concerned about is that the sardine harvest right now, most of it for the biological sampling EFP, is being used to pay the fishermen to participate. We would support finding an alternative funding source other than harvesting an overfished stock to pay for research. The sardine stock is in a dire condition now, and the stock is not recovering under the rebuilding plan, and the council must do more to minimize mortality. So in conclusion, we do support the council approving the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group EFP, which proposes no more than 10 metric tons and will assist with the NIMS ATM surveys. And we ask the council to deny the 2 CWPA applications for EFPs or limit them to 10 metric tons of catch. Authorizing 820 metric tons will further harm the resource at the worst possible time without providing data that will meaningfully influence the stock assessment estimates or promote recovery of this important overfished forage fish stock. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Are there questions of Jeff Chester? Thank you very much, Jeff. I probably won't pronounce this correctly. Anthony Vuso.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Anthony Vuoso. You did a good job. It's pretty close. I'm the president of Cal Marine Fish Company in San Pedro and California, and I'm a representative for the owner of 3 vessels that fish coastal pelagic species, squid, tunas. I'm also a member of the CPS advisory subpanel. I'd just like to make a brief comment seeking the council's support for the proposal from the California Wet Fish Producers Association to continue work under the exempted fishing permit. I feel that there is need to continue to improve the science to help answer some persistent questions that need to be answered to help with the management of sardine, as we seem to be bogged down in discussing the validity of some key issues. And just a couple are, first, how can we reconcile the discrepancy between the model's estimation of low stock biomass and fishermen's at-sea observations of abundant sardine? Particularly in Southern California, discussing acoustic trawl, aerial surveying, and the anecdotal fishermen reports. Secondly, we would like to determine, are there really 2 distinct subpopulations of sardines, north and south, or not? And is water temperature gradient methodology of 62 degrees Fahrenheit a reasonable means to identify genetically distinct subpopulations and then apply to models for the management purposes? We seem to be going round and round on this. I really don't know, but in the eyes of the fishermen and processors, these are theoretical questions, have real world consequences. And we're hopeful that the upcoming workshops will help to provide some answers. In the meantime, the industry is willing to continue to do its part, supporting data collection. And I hope the council will approve the EFP proposal, as I believe that valuable data can be obtained from it. And without data, there is no science. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Anthony? I apologize. That your last name contains a diphthong that I'm not.
No worries. No worries.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll move on to the last public commenter, Nick Jerlin.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick Jerlin, I'm a California commercial fisherman. And also sit on the CPSAS. I participated in some of this EFP work with California Wet Fish Association, so I've kind of seen it happen. So I could probably answer some questions if you did have some about the temperatures and how the boat gets them and things like that. Real quickly, I'll go to Jeff's comment about the horrific accident and blood and whatever. I would say it's more like when you go to the doctor and you got your finger pricked to get a little blood sample. This is not what we're doing here is not affecting the stock. It's very minuscule amount of fish being taken, and it's especially for what we're seeing in Southern California right now. We're seeing a tremendous amount of sardines in Southern California. So saying that taking a few 100 ton is a catastrophic event seems pretty silly from our perspective. I do know that the fishermen all support the EFP's work, and we kind of feel it's a win-win situation. We like to be involved. We like to be part of the science. We're not always real confident with the science that's used to manage the fisheries. So being part of it is, I think, of great value both to the science community and to the fishermen. I really don't have a lot more than that, but I could answer your questions about the actual operations from the vessel, if there is any.
All right, thank you, Nick. Any questions for Nick? I guess the questions had been answered to our satisfaction. Thank you very much, Nick.
You bet.
All right, that completes public comment. We've had all our reports. And we now come to our council action, which is to approve or not these proposals. And we'll start with some discussion. So I will look around the table and see who wants to get us started. And if no one wants to get us started with discussion, if someone wants to put forward a motion, Brianna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just would like to say thank you to the California Wetfish Producers Association and to the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group for the work they have done in collecting data for the EFPs, and to express my gratitude for their willingness and interest in continuing to collect data needed for assessing sardine. And I think it's important to continue the 3 EFPs because each of them contribute to the science that is used in the management process. And I will be supportive of approving these EFPs. Thanks.
Thank you, Brianna. Further discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling a little bit with this. I'm mostly struggling with seeing the scientific and management value of the point sets, and especially the biological sampling EFPs, given the amount of fish asked for. I realize that we're going to be discussing that under the next agenda item, the actual amounts, but at this point, I just want to put that out there, that I would like to see in some shape or form better evidence of how that's helping us with the science and the management in the context of a stock that is severely depleted. And a severely depleted stock, as many of our public just spoke to, has many repercussions, especially for people and fishermen. It also has ecosystem considerations. And I'm thinking particularly of salmon and thiamine deficiency right now that we heard about at the previous meeting. And, it's very important for us to rebuild that stock, and thinking about how low those numbers are. It's a big concern when we think about even small amounts to be taken in an EFP. I will be voting these forward. I think the SSC and the MT have made their review, and I support their review of that. I'd also like to support what the SSC mentioned and what we heard the MT respond in response to Mr. Larkart's question earlier, which was having the MT review these applications before the SSC does, to the extent that we can better understand the scientific value, the management value, and even the larger potentially economic or social value of these. I think that process is one that's working for other FMPs and could work for this one. So thanks for that.
All right, thank you, Corey. Further discussion or a motion? Brianna Brady?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion to put forward, please. If Sandra or Chris could put it on the screen. Thank you. I move the council adopt the exempted fishing permit proposals in agenda item E2 and attachments 1, 2, and 3 for consideration of harvest amounts under agenda item E3 and recommend NIMS approve the EFPs.
Thank you. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Each EFP provides data in support of assessing sardine. The first EFP will provide verification of tonnage estimates that are associated with nearshore aerial surveys. And the second EFP maintains the time series of fishery-dependent data and can also be used in conjunction with the aerial surveys to collect corresponding size and age class information. And the third EFP continues acoustic sampling in the near shore in areas inaccessible to the larger acoustic ships. I think allowing continuations of these efforts with industry participants fosters collaboration and participation and benefits the management overall. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there questions for maker of the motion? Is there discussion on the motion? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brianna, for the motion. Yeah, hearing there are questions about the value of these EFPs, I'm seeing the management team, the SSC recommend them, the AS as well, and hopefully we'll continue, to see what the values of these are next time. But there are big questions going on with sardine, and again, we'll be getting to those on the next agenda item. But yeah, hearing the questions and the concerns, but seeing the support from our SSC and management team, and WDFW also being involved here and trying to improve the surveys of this stock. Very, very supportive of the motion, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Corey. Any further discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any hands online or in the room, so unless I'm missing something, I'll call the question. All those in favor, wait, there's a hand? Oh, okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Brianna, for the motion. Before I go back to Jesse, let me see if there's any further action or discussion by the council under this agenda item. Frank Lockhart.
Just on the item that I asked a question about and Corey picked up on as well. I think it's a good idea to focus the SSC's comments on the EFPs to the scientific issues. It sounds like they're making that comment because they thought maybe their task was too broad, but I'm not sure that it requires a COP change. So I guess I'm just generally asking staff, is there any way short of that we can kind of bring this in line with their assertion that this is how it's done with HMS and groundfish? I mean, it seems like we should have a similar process where the MTs focus the SSC's comments on that. So I guess that's just a question to the executive director, if that's possible.
So all right, Executive Director Burden, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lockhart. Without looking at the COPs or recalling them specifically at the moment, I guess what I would propose is that we take a look at them with this being what I would presume to be guidance from you all, if there's agreement on this. If we think there's a need to modify the COPs, we can bring those back to you in a strike-through version and have you consider them at that time. But I don't have an answer at the moment as to whether I think the COP should be modified or not, but we can certainly take a look at that and provide you with a recommendation.
Is that the sense of the council to ask staff to take a look at that in view of the SSC's comments and provide some suggestions at a subsequent meeting, I assume? All right, I'm seeing a lot of nods around the table. So staff has that action. Anything further under this agenda item? All right, Jesse, how we do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you have approved all three EFP proposals, and the amounts will be considered within the next agenda item E3 on the specific set of amounts for each EFP. Additionally, staff will take note of the SSC's comments, and we will look at changes to the COP 23 if needed to align them similar to the HMS and groundfish COPs on EFPs. So I think you've completed your council action for today.
All right, thank you very much. So that's E2 is in the books. We have a big item coming up with E3. So we'll take our morning break here of 15 minutes, and we will be back at 9:55, recharged and ready to attack agenda item E3. So we'll see you back at 9:55. All right, we're going to get started here in a couple of minutes, so please find your seats. Okay, welcome back. We are on to agenda item E3, and I will ask Staff Officer Jesse Dorpinghouse to get us started.
Okay, so this is agenda item E3, Pacific Sardine Assessment, Harvest Specifications and Management Measures, Final Action. So on March 2nd, the SSC Subcommittee for CPS met to review the draft Pacific Sardine Assessment. At this meeting, the SSC reviewed that assessment in the report and made recommendations on the OFL and corresponding ABC. Similar to recent years, the biomass estimates have been below the sardine harvest control rule cutoff threshold of 150,000 metric tons. Aside from small scale and live bait fishing, directed fishing has been prohibited. The council will consider incidental landings in fisheries targeting other CPS stocks, non-CPS fisheries, and then the take under the EFPs that you just approved in your previous item. So at this meeting, you'll be considering adopting the stock assessment update and setting the management measures and harvest specifications for the 2022-2023 Pacific sardine fishing year. Specifically, your council action for today is to adopt the Pacific Sardine Stock Assessment Update and Pacific Sardine OFL, select a P-STAR, ABC, ACL, and if appropriate, ACT and management measures, and then finally adopt incidental catch allowances for CPS and non-CPS fisheries. Your briefing book materials, attachment 1 was the stock assessment update. There are 2 CDFW reports, one on the aerial survey and one on landings. There is a supplemental revised SSC report, a supplemental CPSMT report, and then a supplemental revised CPS-AS report. There were a couple of public comments in your advanced briefing book materials, as well as public commenters signed up for this agenda item. And I believe that covers the overview. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this item, and then I'd suggest going to Ms. Brady for the CDFW reports.
All right, thank you very much, Jesse. Are there any questions on the overview? All right, we'll go on and we'll get started with the CDFW report. I guess there's a couple, and I'll turn to Brianna Brady for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to previous years, CDFW Report 1 has information about landings of sardines to help with informing the MT and AS discussions for developing recommendations for management measures for the annual specification process. And CDFW Report 2 is an update on the aerial survey for summer 2021, which flew concurrently with the summer ATM and was provided for informational purposes for advisory body discussions regarding the stock assessment. It's an overview. Thank you.
All right, any questions? All right, I guess that's the CDFW report. We now turn to the SSC report, and welcome back, Don Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I'd like to read into the record agenda item E3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, April 22, a Scientific and Statistical Committee report on Pacific Sardine Assessment, harvest specifications and management measures, final action. The SSC reviewed the 2022 stock assessment update for the northern subpopulation NSP of Pacific Sardine and the SSC Coastal Pelagic Species Subcommittee CPSSC review report of the assessment. Dr. Peter Kariyama, National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Fisheries Science Center, presented the 2022 stock assessment update. And Dr. Amanis Dorval and Kevin Hill from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center were available for questions. Dr. Ande Punt, the CPSSC chair, gave a summary of the assessment review conducted on March 2nd via the Ring Central platform. The stock assessment update was based upon the February 2020 benchmark assessment and included a new acoustic trawl survey index data for the spring 2021 and index and age data for summer of 2021, updated re-aged age data for the AT survey for 2016, updated catches for model year semesters July through December 2019 and January to June 2020, new catch data for July to December 2020, and new catch and age data for January to June 2021 and July to December 2021, along with an assumption about fishing mortality to estimate the 1+ biomass for the 1st of July 2022. The uncertainties in this assessment update are the same as discussed for the 2020 benchmark and the 2021 catch-only projection reports, especially the uncertainties related to the amount of nearshore biomass and the population of northern subpopulations in the catches off Ensenada, Mexico. The estimated catch for the Mexcal Season 2 fishery, Mexico, Southern California, Central California, and the associated fishing mortality is estimated at the maximum allowed by the software, which is 4, and this remains a concern. This F value was also assumed to be constant in the forecast, as was done in previous assessments. The SSC agrees that the CPSSC that the 2022 update and the 2020 Sardine assessment satisfies the terms of reference for update assessments. The results are consistent with the previous assessment given the new data and hence represent the best scientific information available for management of the NSP Pacific Sardine. The SSC recommends that the assessment be designated as a Category 2 based on the uncertainties related to the Mexican catch of NSP Pacific sardines and the observed retrospective pattern. The harvest guideline is 0 metric tons for the 2022 based on the forecast age +1 biomass of 27,369 metric tons, which is below the 150,000 metric ton management threshold. The stock assessment team, the STAD, has concerns about their ability to properly address the most substantial uncertainties discussed above as part of a 2023 benchmark assessment. There may be insufficient time to reprocess catch and survey data before the data deadline. The SSC recommends that the STAT focus on stock structure, how to compute catches and abundance indices for use in assessments, and improvements to estimates of abundance based on survey, acoustic trawl, the acoustic trawl method, nearshore acoustics, and aerial survey estimates, rather than conducting an assessment that will have the same concerns as the last benchmark assessment. Delaying the full assessment to 2024 and conducting a methodology review based on the work conducted during the 2022 would seem warranted. This would allow for discussions concerning potential improvements to the stock structure of the assessment as well. That concludes the SSC report. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Holland. Are there questions of the SSC? Pete Hussemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan, for the report. I have a couple of questions here. I think they're all on a similar vein. The first one is about the Mexcal Season 2 fishery, or excuse me, they're all related to some of the uncertainties. And I see the SSC says that the Mexcal Season 2 fishery, the F value associated with that, you identify it as a concern in the assessment. The report there, excuse me, I have to switch documents, identifies that one as a major uncertainty. So as I go through these, I'm trying to just get a feeling for which are the greatest uncertainties that might be addressed in terms of improving the estimate as we go forward, and is the work focused on the right thing. There's uncertainties in the stock structure, there's the uncertainty in the catch value, and other things. So maybe the first question then is, from the SSC's perspective, is it really the volume, the absolute value of the catch, or the proportion of northern subpopulation in that catch, or is it a combination of those issues that creates a lot of the uncertainty in the estimates?
Okay, I'll do my best to answer that. Keep in mind that I am not a stock assessment specialist or on the CPS subcommittee of the SSC, but I have seen the reports and looked at the assessment. My understanding is that it is a combination of the questions about stock structure and the composition of the catch in Mexico in particular, where most of the catch is taken, that create the most uncertainty. And the model estimates an F value based on, and it's forced into this highest level of a F value of 4. There was some question about, I guess, whether that total catch and the assumption about how much of that is coming from the northern subpopulation is actually is from the northern subpopulation. And so there was, I think, some sensitivity analysis that limited the amount of that catch that was attributed to the northern subpopulation. And that actually then result in a lower biomass estimate for the northern subpopulation. But it does seem that that uncertainty in stock structure and how much of the catch in Mexico in particular is attributed to the different populations is the biggest uncertainty. I think there are other uncertainties as well, including aging air and questions about what percentage of if there's some bias in the survey because of some of the stock being in areas that aren't sampled because they're too shallow. But I think the stock structure is the big issue, and that sounded like that was going to be the big focus of a workshop and methodology review going forward.
Thank you. And may I ask? Absolutely. A follow-up. So thank you. I understand that, and I guess maybe there would be another question related to that. But also in your report, in the second last paragraph on the first page, it says the assessment designated a category 2. That's not the issue, but it says based on uncertainties related to the Mexican catch of northern subpopulation, and the part I question is, it says, and the observed retrospective pattern. In looking at the assessment, I have one retrospective pattern I saw, but I was just wondering what retrospective pattern the SSC is referring to there.
I think, well, I'm not absolutely certain. We didn't really discuss that in any detail. At the full SSC meeting, it may have come up more in the subcommittee meeting, but there's a retrospective pattern in terms of errors in if you in the previous assessment as you move forward and take away years. So yeah, I'm afraid I don't have a great answer for you there. But I think the main reason for the for the category 2 is the questions about stock structure and what catch is attributed to the different populations.
Okay, thank you.
Housing the retrospect better.
Further questions of the SSC? Corey Niles.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan. Having some of the same questions as Pete, but just focusing on the recommendation at the end there on delaying the assessment schedule to take care of some of these questions. Just wondering if you could elaborate on the sense of the SSC and what you were hearing from the science centers and the stat about. I'm presuming there's some optimism that real progress can be made if with an extra year and these extra efforts is. Any elaboration you can have on what the SSC, how far along the SSC thinks we could make progress on these questions by following this recommendation.
Well, my understanding was that they were hoping to have a workshop and methodology review focused on stock structure, questions about attributing catch to the different stocks, and then how to, and that would then result in changes, potentially result in changes to how catch is attributed from the surveys. So it would take quite a bit of follow-up work as well, adjusting the data that goes into the assessments, which is why a delay is necessary. I think there's some optimism that the assessment can be improved. There's certainly room for improvement because there is so much uncertainty about stock structure. But I think there's also no silver bullets. There's just it's going to be a difficult problem, and there's no guarantee that you're going to end up with an assessment that is far better. But I think there was a feeling that there really wasn't that much point in just doing a benchmark assessment, again, without having done that work, because it would just have the same problems that the previous assessments had. So better to try and work this out and delay that benchmark assessment.
All right, thank you. Further questions for the SSC? Thanks very much, Dan.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll next hear from the CPS management team. Truncheon Union.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you guys hear me okay?
You got it. We're
Great. Yeah. Hi, my name is Trung Nguyen. I'm with the CPS MT, and I will be reading the supplemental CPS MT report 1 on the Sardine update assessment. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, and Scientific and Statistical Committee jointly received a presentation from Dr. Peter Kurumura of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center on the 2022 Pacific Sardine Update Assessment. The CPS MT appreciate the efforts made by the stock assessment team to provide an update assessment. The stat provided the update assessment biomass of 27,369 metric tons, which was subsequently endorsed by the SSC. The stock remains below the cutoff value of 150,000 metric tons, which per the CPS Fishery Management Plan precludes a primary directed Pacific sardine fishery. Hence, the primary directed fishery for sardine will remain closed for an 8th consecutive year. Additionally, the biomass estimate remains below the 50,000 metric ton minimum stock size threshold established for Pacific sardine and is consequently in an overfish condition. Biomass below the MSSST does not prohibit allowing exempted fishing permits, incidental catch, minor directed catch, or catch from light bait, recreational, or tribal fisheries. Table 1 below represents the overfishing limit and the range of acceptable biological catch values based on various P-star value. The CPS MT offers Table 2 below, which utilizes a P-star value of 0.4 for use in setting harvest specification. The resulting sigma from Category 2 status and P-star value of 0.4 applied to the 2022 to 2023 OFL of 5,506 metric tons produces an ABC of 4,274 metric tons. The CPS MT recommends setting the annual catch limit equal to ABC and an annual catch target of 3,800 metric tons for the 2022-2023 fishing year. This will afford opportunity to the CPS Fisheries and the requested EFPs while avoiding restricting non-CPS fisheries that may incidentally harvest sardine, since achieving the ACL could result in prohibition of take in all fisheries. The CPS-MT also recommends accountability measures as listed below to prevent exceeding the ACT and ACL. The CPS notes that all sources of catch, including any EFP research set-asides, the light bait fishery, and other minimal source of harvest, such as incidental catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries and minor directed fishery, will be accounted for against the ACL. These recommended harvest specifications align with the recently adopted rebuilding plan for Pacific sardine. Table 3 summarizes the levels of sardine catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries since the primary directed sardine fishery was closed. The CPS notes that recent catches of northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine continue to be well below the OFL. Future research and assessment recommendations. The CPS-MT maintains its previous concerns regarding management of Pacific sardine stock. The CPS-MT supports the SSC recommendation to postpone the scheduled 2023 Pacific sardine benchmark assessment to 2024 in order to work towards resolving uncertainties associated with stock assessment. The CPS-MT recommends that an update assessment would therefore be appropriate in 2023. And that concludes my statement, or the statement.
Thank you very much, Strong. Are there questions on the management team report? I'm not seeing any hands up, so thank you very much, Trung.
Thank you.
We'll now go to the CPS Advisory Subpanel report, and I have Mike Okuneski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to ask if you can hear me okay. And I'm having trouble with my internet today, so if I get it, if you lose me, I would prefer that just switch over immediately to Jesse, who has volunteered to read it if I can't. It's a little awkward, but it's the best I can do, I guess.
Well, I think we're hearing you okay. There may be some dropouts. Why don't you get started, and if we find a gap, then we'll turn to Jesse to continue.
Well, thank you. I apologize, but my normal office I've got set up, which it does have a good connection, is unavailable right now. They're remodeling it. So. Okay.
All right, so we're not hearing you. So just as you started to read the report, so I'm going to ask Jesse to take over, but stand by, Mike, because we'll expect you to answer any questions after the report is read.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll be reading from Supplemental Revised CPSAS Report 1 on Agenda Item E3. The CPSAS attended the joint CPSMT, AS, and SSC meeting on April 7th, where we heard Dr. Peter Kiriyama's presentation on the updated stock assessment and Dr. Andre Punt's presentation on the March 2nd meeting of the CPS subcommittee of the SSC. We thank the SSC for acknowledging the problems in the below list of issues in the Southwest Fisheries Science Center for their efforts to address them. First, regarding the update stock assessment and future stock assessment activities, we appreciate the continued expanded concerns of the SSC and CPSMT regarding the uncertainties inherent in the benchmark and update stock assessments. We agree with the recommendation made by the SSC in their statement to delay a benchmark stock assessment until 2024 and hold 2 workshops to address and resolve numerous outstanding issues that make the current stock assessment unreliable and undermine the management measures that flow through it. The first workshop would be a methodology review to include how to best utilize the aerial surveys, associated correction factors, and other indices issues related to the acoustic trawl survey itself, especially when biomass is lower, the determination of Q and related sensitivity scenarios, developing an updated EMSY, and best approaches for F values and exploitation rates. We have been making these recommendations since at least 2019 and are pleased to see the SSC and Southwest Fisheries Science Center suggesting a workshop to work through these research needs and develop a plan to do a benchmark stock assessment. The second workshop would review sardine stock structure to accurately divide the catches into northern and southern subpopulations. The two populations vary spatially over time. As we have noted before, currently a catch-22 exists for the sardine fishery. Sardines found in water temperatures above 16.7 degrees Celsius are assumed to be southern sardines and are not accounted for in the stock assessment. However, all catches, regardless of water temperature, are subtracted from the northern sardine catch limit set by the Council and NIMS. Fishermen believe these assumptions could have led to the northern sardine stocks overfish declaration. The overfish declaration mandates a reduction in incidental catch allowance to a maximum of 20% in other fisheries. This has restricted catches in virtually all CPS fisheries, including market squid, and has caused serious socioeconomic impacts to our fisheries and fishing communities. To emphasize this, we paraphrase comments from several frustrated fishermen who are on the CPSAS members. Using temperature parameters to differentiate north-south sardine subpopulations does not work. The Mexican fishery catches our fish while we sit at the dock. Attempt to develop a working relationship with Mexican fishery managers. Fishing management is in the same place it was 20 years ago. Our sardines swim south of the border and they are legal to catch while we can't fish for either south or north subpopulations. Mexican scientists estimated that 12% of the southern subpopulation, when we have a fishery, was caught in U.S. waters. These are transboundary stocks. Fishermen observing large schools of sardines from Point Conception to the Mexico border. You use airplanes if you want to find sardines. Sonar is the second best device. Down sounders are the last choice fishermen use when hunting for fish. Industry is supportive of improving the data. This may be best done by developing other indices. Industry is not confident using the acoustic trawl survey for developing abundance of biomass for management. We have lost our fishery. This has been a road to nowhere. While we are frustrated, we commend the SSC for their two recommendations. It is long overdue. We would like to add that the habitat model should also be peer-reviewed, and the two-stock hypothesis needs to be reevaluated to establish the fundamental reasons why fish that are genetically identical are in fact separate populations. Do they interbreed? Can southern fish adapt to colder climates over several generations? Perhaps the only way to know is to radio tag tracking program for each population. This might be a tough proposition, but so is sitting on the beach watching the bank repossess your boat. A last comment on the analysis of the northern-southern subpopulation issues. Although it may be possible to develop a scientific approach to better understand the dynamics of these two subpopulations, the tougher challenge may be to determine how management will be able to restore our sardine fishery when the rebuilding plan metrics are met. This may need to consider different factors, such as do we need two stock assessments for management guidance? Assuming a review determines that there are two transboundary stocks, what will be done to provide parity with the Mexican fishery that harvests those stocks? It is an unfair burden to the U.S. fishery to be tied to the dock because there are no management parameters or constructs to allow a fishery. The California fishery has almost assuredly harvested some amount of the southern subpopulation every year that they have fished. Likewise, the same is likely the case for the Mexican fishery for the northern subpopulation. The U.S., however, has taken a path that is no longer allows a target fishery of any sardines, while the Mexicans have done the opposite. This is a conundrum that must be resolved. Doing so will not be an easy task, but it is a task that must be solved. And although this issue may not be a product of climate change, it may be exacerbated by it and may only be a first of many similar management issues that will test the resiliency of our management system in the face of climate change. Bottom line is, We should not let our CPS fleet off their fishing grounds because we can't find a solution to the present issue. It is not only unfair, but contradicts the tenets of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Secondly, regarding management measure recommendations, the CPSAS supports the SSC's recommended OFL and the CPSMT's recommended harvest specifications and management measures for the 2022-2023 Pacific sardine fishery that is on the third page of the report, copied from the CPSMT report. And just at the bottom, in support of the above recommendations, we quote that northern sardine U.S. exploitation rate is less than 1%, and that's in the stock assessment document. And hopefully Mike will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jesse, for doing that. Let's see if there are any questions for the AS, and hopefully Mike can answer them. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the AS for the report. Yeah, I guess I share some of the same questions being raised in this report, and I know the council's heard them for a long time about the effects of the Mexican catch, and we don't have someone from the assessment team here, and Dr. Holland's doing his best. But Mike, yeah, what kind of feedback are you getting from the science side of things on what the influence of Mexican catch is having on the ability of the population to recover? And there's perceptions here that our fleet is sitting on the beach while Mexico's fishing, but what have you heard from the science side about how concerned we should be about the catches happening in Mexico? And it really seems tied up in this confusing issue of the different substocks, and really just generally appreciating the thought put into here. But yeah, any elaboration on what you've heard from the scientists would be appreciated.
Mike?
You can hear this, it's cutting me off every time I attempt to speak. Have you got me now?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I think that is a question that the SSC should address, because I haven't heard anything spoken to or seen anything in writing that would I guess give me the ability to give you back a reply to that. But
fair enough. That's okay, Mike. But yeah, hopefully we will be able to, as being suggested here, get some answers in the coming years.
All right.
Corey, may I talk to you outside of the meetings?
No, go ahead, Mike. If you have a further response, go ahead.
Well, it's just that the SSC, that's their bailiwick, and I haven't heard anything that they've said that I can answer the question very well. So it's really not much of an answer, but that's the best I can do. I do think they're concerned about the way.
All right, now we've lost you, your audio. Sorry about that, Mike. Any further questions that we can try to pose to Mike for the AS? I'm not seeing any hands. So Mike, thanks very much. All right, that concludes all of the reports that I believe that I have. So that will take us to public comment. I believe we have 5 folks signed up, but that list will appear on the screen for everyone's benefit shortly. And we'll take them in the order we have there. So some familiar names from E2. So we'll start with Diane Pleshner-Steele. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick and council members. And thanks very much for hearing me out again. I'm I had submitted a fairly lengthy letter, and on behalf of California sardine fishermen and processors, I would just like to begin by thanking the SSC's CPS subcommittee for raising the problems inherent in current California sardine stock assessments during the recent meeting, and for acknowledging that the inconsistencies are likely leading to an underestimate of northern sardine biomass in the year of management. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Kevin Hill for voicing support for the continuation of our biosampling EFP. As I noted in my earlier testimony, he informed a joint session of the CPS management team and advisory subpanel that, yes, our directed fishing EFP samples are useful and will continue to be useful until the fishery reopens. And he explained that the stat used, those directed fishery samples, attributed to the northern stock in the model because the directed catches are a better representation of the fishery than incidental catches taken piecemeal, or for that matter, the little research samples. I've mentioned this before, and I'll say it again. It's important really to maintain a time series of sardine fishery age, even when the fishery is closed, so that we can avoid, hopefully, the same modeling problems that we're now facing with the anchovy stock assessment. And I thank the council for approving the renewal of both of our EFPs, which will go a long way to help us continue producing data that will hopefully help to answer the burning questions surrounding sardines, including the uncertainties in current stock structure assumptions and the northern versus southern stock conundrum. As I noted in our written public comment for the briefing book, resolving this difficult problem may be key to some of the inconsistencies in the sardine stock assessment. It's our hope that resolving these questions will also help to inform and improve sardine management policies and address the catch-22 that California fishermen now face due to the disconnect between scientific protocol and management practice. And I thought those issues were very well described in the CPS Advisory Subpanel Sardine Management Report. Our public comment letter highlighted some of the problems our CPS fisheries are now facing, along with our thoughts and recommendations. We would greatly appreciate your consideration of our concerns. I won't repeat those recommendations, but I do want to reemphasize that CWPA is deeply committed to collaborating with both the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and CDF&W to help improve the science underpinning sardine and CPS fishery management. We support the recommendations from the SSC and the CPSAS to conduct workshops to investigate these issues, and we agree that it makes good sense to postpone the next sardine star panel review for a year, with the caveat that the planned workshops actually happen. Particularly the methods review of the habitat model and stock structure assumptions, which we have asked for quite a while. But we're very encouraged that the Southwest Center has announced plans for a stock structure workshop in 2022. And we thank the center very much for their help to coordinate the meeting, and we would appreciate the opportunity to participate. We're hopeful that CWPA will receive our SK grant this spring, investigating seasonal nearshore dynamics of Pacific sardine in California. As I mentioned, we're partnering with Dr. Juan Zwolinski to investigate sea surface temperature assumptions and related stock structure with the goal to provide useful scientific data for the sardine model and fishery management. We also support the CPSAS sardine report or supplemental report and concur with the issues raised by the fishermen that were noted in that report. I receive calls frequently from fishermen voicing similar concerns. Regarding management measures, again, we support the recommendations of the CPSAS and the management team, and we would appreciate the council's endorsement of these recommendations. We also ask for council recognition of the issues highlighted in our statement, the CPSAS report, and direct testimony from fishermen and processors. We're again asking the council for your help to act creatively and to expedite a solution to the current sardine management conundrum. And we also would ask for your support to approve our EFPs as we had written them. Thank you very much for your attention. And that concludes my comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Diane. Are there any questions of Diane? Thank you very much, Diane.
Thank you.
Nick Jerlin, followed by Matt Everingham. I'm not seeing Nick signed in. Okay, so we'll go on to Matt Everingham, followed by Jeff Chester.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
You bet.
Oh, excellent. Good morning. My name is Matt Everingham. I'm talking to you today from Everingham Brothers Bait Company. We've been in operation since 1951, and I'm the fourth generation to be in business. We provide live bait. That is our only line of income, and that's what we've been doing since 1951. For the last 4 or 5 years, we've been seeing lots of sardines here in San Diego. In fact, it's been unusually consistent that we've been seeing more than typical in terms of our fishing days not being overly long. And in addition, we've been finding sardines every time we fish. Not only that, but we have not needed aerial fish spotting for years. So these are things that all indicate we're seeing an unusual and unusually consistent abundance of sardines here in San Diego. We also fish far enough south that we have seen the Mexican fleet across the border wrapping fish at the same time that we are. And so that despite the large catches that are going on there, we are continuing to see plenty of sardines here in San Diego. And we, have seen fish, coming from the south as we're doing that. In addition, live bait is doing relatively well. Our business is healthy at this time, and our customers have played an important role in helping the Port of San Diego recover from the pandemic. And they've said so during their board meetings. We are very supportive of better understanding the disconnect between the abundance of sardine that we are seeing and what is reflected in the stock assessments. And we're encourage the council to pursue those opportunities. And it is very encouraging to see the process taking that direction, because it seems that's what is needed. And I urge you to keep in mind that live bait is a different fishery than most other fisheries, in the sense that our take is very low. We do our darndest to keep the bait alive. It's basically, we don't sell dead fish, and it doesn't really help our customer when it's not alive anymore. And not only that, but 100% of the fish does go back into the environment. There isn't anyone, we do not take the fish on land at any time. It stays in the water. And so that's pretty much it. With us, we, like I've said before, we try to keep our bait not just alive, but lively. And, that's a big focus of us, is to maintain that quality. So again, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. And I appreciate all the hard work that is going and is planned to continue going into understanding the sardine stock out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Other questions of Matt Everingham? Thank you, Matt. Jeff Chester, followed by Teresa Labriolo. Welcome back, Jeff.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. This is Jeff Chester, representing the conservation organization Oceana. As I stated before, we began working on sardine management 15 years ago. It was actually former council member Daryl Ticehurst from Coastside Fishing Club that originally asked Oceana to engage in sardine management due to the importance of sardines as a forage species for larger sport fish, combined with the lack of robust management. The council's track record of sardine management since sardines were added to the CPS FMP in 2000 will be remembered as a legacy of failed fishery management that violates the Magnuson-Stevens Act, does not learn from the lessons of the past, fails to prevent overfishing, ignores best available science, and fails to rebuild the sardine population. Sadly, the last 15 years will be an excellent case study in fishery mismanagement. In Amendment 13 in 2011, the Council changed the harvest control rule for sardines at low biomass levels to allow the much more aggressive ABC formula that did not have a cutoff, rather than using the harvest guideline to set ABCs. In 2012, NIMS scientists predicted a collapse and warned of excessive harvest rates. However, NIMS leadership told the Council to ignore that prediction and that no collapse was imminent, and the Council did not curb sardine harvest rates. You can see now in the 2022 stock assessment, figure 7, that shows in the following years, 2012 through 2014, U.S. harvest exceeded the MSY. In 2014 and 2017, scientists warned of foreign catch and the flaws in the distribution parameter that did not represent best available science, and they actually provided solutions through a public workshop. The Council chose not to take action to fix distribution or engage in management discussions with Mexico at that time. Yet the PFMC chose to increase the maximum harvest rate in 2014 in the harvest guideline from 15% up to 20%, based on a premise that the sardine population productivity was greater than previously thought. And while closing the direct fishery in 2015, when the stock dropped below cutoff, was the right thing to do, it was too little and too late. NIMS got new science that the minimum stock size threshold was too low for Pacific sardine and got new estimates in 2016 from NIPS, but the PFMC chose again not to update the MSST. In Amendment 17, the Council removed implicit rebuilding provisions in the management plan that would close directed live bait fishing when the sardine fishery is overfished. Council members committed to meaningfully limit live bait harvest if the stock did become overfished and develop a robust rebuilding plan. However, the rebuilding plan adopted by the Council did not implement any new measures to rebuild the stock, despite the rebuilding analysis from NIMS predicting further declines in the sardine population under status quo management and no rebuilding for decades. Over this entire period, the industry consistently warned that the ATM survey was underestimating the population, pointing to their own industry observations, and CDFW continued to put forward aerial surveys that undermined the collapse and described that the ATM survey was underestimating abundance. Now we've got a stock assessment in 2022 that's extremely uncertain and in many ways nonsensical. The Mexican fishery, according to the assessment, took nearly double the population size in the last 2 years. In 2021, it says that Mexico caught around 48,000 tons of the population, yet the population size projected now is only 27,000 tons. This means that the fishing rates were pushed to the limits of the assessment model, and the SSC rejected the 2021 assessment for the same reason. And further, now basically due to that high level of Mexican catch, in the model, there's a false prediction that somehow sardines are recruiting at exactly the amount to keep the population stable, but provide for all that Mexican catch. If the assessment is true, it indicates overfishing occurred in 2020 and 2021, as exploitation rates on the northern subpopulation exceeded MSY. You can see that in figure 7 of the stock assessment from this year. Our biggest concern, and we believe the biggest impact on the OFL, ABC, and ACL in the near term, is the EMSY, or the maximum sustainable yield harvest rate. NIMS scientists showed in 2017 that the Cal Coffee Index is not informing productivity correctly. This became obvious, and both the SSC and the CPSMT acknowledged this in 2021. I'll read from last year's April 2021 CPSMT report under the sardine agenda item. Quote, the CPSMT recommends re-evaluation of the EMSY term based on the Cal Coffee Temperature Index because it no longer appears to adequately reflect sardine productivity. The value for the EMSY term applied to the OFL formula is capped at 0.25, which corresponds to the upper quartile of Cal Coffee temperatures. This environmental proxy was designed to reflect stock productivity, yet it has been near that upper cap for the last 5 years, while the most recent benchmark assessment stated that actual recruitments have been some of the lowest on record during that same time period, end quote. While the Cal Coffee Index was implemented with good intentions, it actually is a failure in ecosystem-based fishery management, and the Council needs to make a course correction to ensure that the management is based on best available science. It has a practical effect of increasing the harvest rate by at least 5-fold, dwarfing any uncertainties in the actual biomass estimates by the stock, or any missing biomass in the near shore. NIMF scientists Juan Zielinski and Dave Deemer in 2019 laid out a pathway to reevaluate EMSY in their peer-reviewed fisheries research publication called Reevaluation of the Environmental Dependence of Pacific Sardine Recruitment. They state, quote, for stocks that are surveyed and assessed annually, the measured productivity average over the species longevity could be used to modulate the fishing fraction instead of an environmental proxy. This approach would allow the exploitation rate to match the stock productivity irrespective of our understanding of the current environment, unquote. We asked that the council helps ensure that NIMFS develops and analyzes this approach as a primary objective of any workshops that take place over the next year to improve sardine management. I'll also just talk briefly about the elephant in the room, which is that this highest U.S. sardine catch is from the live bait fishery, which is on the southern subpopulation, not the northern. This is an extremely important industry economically that supports the world-class Southern California sport fishing industry and associated businesses. We hear a lot from the industry that they're seeing high abundance of sardines in the Southern California Bight. However, based on the current differentiation of stocks, the sardine abundance seen in Southern California is reflective of the southern stock, not the northern subpopulation. Instead, the summer live bait fishery in Southern California is on a stock that's not assessed or managed. Instead, the council is using a nonsensical approach of managing that catch as if it was happening on the northern subpopulation, which creates an incentive to have high ACLs for the northern subpopulation to avoid limiting the live bait fishery. The stock ultimately is not recovering. The Magnuson Act requires approved rebuilding plans to be reviewed at routine intervals not exceeding 2 years to quote, determine whether the plans have resulted in adequate progress toward ending overfishing and rebuilding affected fish stocks. That's MSA Section 304 E7. Overfishing has not ended and the affected fish stock is not rebuilding. So for the 2022 and 23 catch limits and management measures, we asked that the council adopt an EMSY fishing rate of no greater than 5% to set OFLs and ABCs, adopt a precautionary ABC and P-star buffer to address high scientific uncertainty. In particular, we believe that the stock assessment should be a tier 3, given that it was similar stock assessment was rejected last year entirely. There's huge uncertainty there, and the P-star should be below 0.04. We are deeply concerned that the management team is proposing an increased ACL and ACT from last year. Yet the biomass is the same as it was estimated last year, and the assessment is just as problematic, and the stock is not rebuilding. We ask that the council set the ACL for the northern subpopulation at no more than 800 tons to promote rebuilding. Also, keep the fishery closed, limit bycatch and other directed CPS fisheries to no more than 10% of landings, not the maximum of 20, and reduce and put meaningful limits on the allowed catch levels for the live bait fishery that actually constrain the fishery. As far as sardine reforms in the long term, abandon the use of the temperature-based EMSY and direct NIMFs to provide an updated formula based on the best available science. Change the start date of the fishery to January 1st and use biomass estimates directly from the ATM survey as the basis for specs as per the STAT recommendation. Assess and manage the southern population of Pacific sardines separately from the northern. Fix the distribution factor in the harvest control rule and increase the cutoff biomass. And build on recent scientific collaboration to work with Mexico and Canada toward a coordinated approach to assess, manage, and rebuild this transboundary Pacific sardine population. In summary, the conservation community and the industry are clearly frustrated with the council and NIMF's management of Pacific sardine. The industry and the sardine stock are hurting. No one is winning. Please minimize the mortality of sardines in this specs agenda item and set a course in the near term to address the fundamental concerns that you have heard from your stakeholders. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Jeff Chester? Thank you, Jeff. We'll go next to Teresa Labriola, and then we'll come back to Nick Jerlin. Teresa?
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola representing Wild Oceans, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on sardine management and for your continued effort to allow for virtual and meaningful participation in council discussions and for public comment. Wild Oceans was founded more than 45 years ago by recreational fishermen concerned about conserving highly migratory species, and our circle of concern soon expanded from predator to prey, recognizing that future fishing opportunities depend on resilient forage fish within our oceans. I want to thank the SSC and the management team and advisory subpanel for their discussions and statements today, and for the comments of the members of the public. And you'll hear me echo a couple of things already said. The continued low biomass of sardine is troubling, given its importance to the ecosystem and predators, as well as to the recreational live bait fleet and the commercial fishery. Concerning the uncertainty in the stock assessment, I guess my first concern when trying to follow everything is the use of the Tier 2 sigma value for this year. Last year, the SSC used a Tier 3 assessment category assignment based in part on the fact that the Mexican fishery was catching more than the stock assessment was predicting was the full value of the stock. The Tier 3 assignment results in a higher buffer between the OFL and the ABC. And this makes sense as still to me, as this larger buffer would recognize the increase in uncertainty of the northern sardine stock assessment. And it also would recognize the disconnect between the current EMSY value and stock productivity. I guess that's sort of my concern with the current stock assessment and that current using that current value to determine the ABC for the year. But I kind of want to focus again on the management of sardine. You know, we do support the recommendations of the SSC and the management team and the advisory subpanel and the public to reevaluate the current understanding of stock structure of Pacific sardine, along with reconsidering the model used to assign catches to the northern and southern subpopulations. This is not only important to the sport fishing community and commercial fishery, but also to ensuring that we have a healthy forage base for dependent predators. You've heard over the years and today as well about the importance of live bait in Southern California economically and culturally, and also the concern that the sardine caught in this sector are usually considered part of the southern stock, of the northern stock, even though they're probably southern stock. When sardine abundance is high and annual commercial harvests could exceed, hundreds of thousands of metric tons, the live bait fishery, it barely registers as a calculation. But this just maybe is an example of how having this northern and southern issue that we have been able to not consider for many years when the population was high really comes to a head as something that is really important to consider to further opportunities for the live bait fishery and also the commercial fishery while ensuring the health of the ecosystem. So the testimony you've heard today and in the past year highlights the need to align management consistent with stock assessments, the division of these subpopulations. Once we take these steps to get some scientific answers to the northern and southern populations, then advisors can recommend how to better manage the Pacific fishery so that harvest limits and landings are attributed to the correct stock. And I think this is really an important part of, if we do take a pause on the stock assessment, that we also answer some questions about our management. This will help us to build resilience in the face of climate change, providing greater protections to the ecosystem, and while affording fishing opportunities. Two of the issues that have been raised many times and I think are very high on the list of management issues would be calculation of EMSY, given that the current value suggests the northern stock is in a productive regime. So I really ask the council to endorse this research priority. It's been highlighted in years past by the SSC and the MT and the AS. And in addition to wrestling with the assessment, we've supported reevaluating the harvest control rule in favor of more precautionary management that may reduce the severity of natural forage fish cycles, recognizing and safeguarding their importance to the ecosystem. And the establishment of a cutoff in the harvest control rule recognizes that fishing during periods of low abundance can exacerbate natural decline and cause a steeper retraction and stall the recovery of the sardine stock. And we'd ask you to re-examine cutoff in this period in light of recent scientific recommendations to leave 30% of unfished forage biomass in the ocean. Regarding the EFP allocations, I am concerned that allocating 15 to 20% of the catch limit to EFPs without a more direct connection between how this is used and will be used to improve our stock assessment. I'm concerned about allocating that, and I welcome council discussion on that. But in the end, we urge you to take affirmative steps today to limit the ADC for sardine for 2022 and 2023 and other management measures to consider to take into account the uncertainty with the stock structure and the stock assessment. We'd ask you to support your science advisors' recommendations to evaluate the current understanding of the stock structure and to task your advisors with making recommendations to align management and the harvest control rule with the results of the stock structure analyses. And that would include reevaluating EMSY and harvest control rule parameters. This would help produce a more common sense approach to preserving the ecological integrity of the California current and recognize and safeguard the importance of sardine to the ecosystem and dependent predators and recreational fishermen and the commercial fishing communities. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Are there questions for Teresa? Thank you, Teresa. And we'll come back to Nick Jerlin. Nick?
Okay, can you hear me?
You bet.
Okay, well, I apologize. I'm struggling a little today with little scheduling conflicts, but so I'm going to try this from my phone. But, once again, I owe thank the council for the opportunity to speak. But where I'd like to touch on, first of all, is how much we're struggling with the science at this time. The AT, the temperature parameter, all this stuff doesn't reflect what we see on the water. And by the way, I should probably go. I said I apologize. I'm trying to drive and do this, and I got grandkids that are expecting me to. You're a commercial fisherman, third generation commercial fisherman. My son-in-law is now taking over for me, so he's the fourth generation in the business. So we've been around for a while. We also a member of the CPSAS and also on the California Wet Fish Association board. So, but anyway, getting back to what I was saying, we're really struggling with the science, especially with what we're seeing in Southern California. We don't have the answers, but we know something's wrong. Something's not working. There's a tremendous abundance of sardines in Southern California bite right now. It has been for the last several years. None of that fish is being counted. None of it's being looked at. I can't tell you whether it's northern or southern or where it's from, but it's fish that's there. And the hard part about all this is we're watching the Mexican fleet land fish daily. And that's the same body of fish that we're looking at in Southern California. I truly believe that the fish that is in Southern California I truly believe that there's a line at Point Conception where the coast changes. There's things are different below Point Conception than they are above. If you want to prove that, just ask the lobsters. Lobsters are usually below Point Conception, not above. So anyways, I kind of feel like Southern California bite is where sardines are right now. There's plenty of them. There's a lot of them. It warrants a fishery in Southern California, but we don't have one. And at the same time, we get to watch truckloads of sardines come across the border from Mexico. It's just hard to swallow. It's just frustrating, hard to swallow. And we're frustrated. It's, of course, we want to be participating in the science and help where we can, but it seems to go nowhere. So the temperature, like I said, I apologize. I'm trying to drive here at the same time, but the break between northern and southern at 62, whatever it is, it's just doesn't work. I mean, it's not working. I think Diane might have mentioned it earlier, but we've drove through in the same night, drove through 8 degrees of different water temperature and never seemed to run out of the same sardines, anywhere from 59 to 67 degrees. And so I guess when they tell us there's a difference between the ones in one side of that water break and sardines on the other side, we just have a hard time believing it. So we're not sure what the answer is, but we just know that we need to do something different. We need to look at this from a different angle. I truly, truly believe that the Southern California bite could support a strong, robust fishery at this time. And it's really sad to see it just not be able to be utilized. So I guess that's what I got to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick. Hear you loud and clear. Any questions for Nick? Thank you, Nick. All right, that concludes public comment. We've had all our reports. So it takes us to council discussion and action on agenda item E3. It's there up on the screen before us. And I'll look for someone to get us started. Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to express my appreciation to the stock assessment team for providing an update assessment for Pacific Sardine, and to also say thank you to the SSC subcommittee that initially reviewed the update assessment, and to say thank you to the SSC and the advisory bodies and the public for the discussion regarding sardine management today. I'm coming from a place of supporting the CPS-MT and the CPS-AS recommendations for specifications and management measures, the ones that they've outlined, including the amount specified for the EFPs. And I just want to note that this is another painful year for the industry and a difficult time for us at the council as we wait for the sardine population to recover. Those are just some initial thoughts.
Thank you, Brianna. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. I think it's of the team. Well, I know the question relates to what's in their report. I'll put it that way. Sorry to have to ask this question. It probably exemplifies my ignorance, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I heard in testimony that the exploitation rate that we have is, somebody referenced 1%. Yet when I look in in the team's report, they talk about the update assessment biomass estimate of 27,369. And then I look at, I just looked at the average landings that I got from the CDF&W report at 2246. And, my math gets me something over 8%. Is looking at those numbers. And so I'm looking for somebody to help me here understand kind of where we are, where we think we are in terms of what type of an exploitation rate we have on this stock. Looking at the age 1 plus biomass estimate of the 27,369.
Well, Trung from the team is still online, so could you possibly address Mr. Anderson's question?
Yeah, I'm still here, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the question. So your question is regarding the exploitation rate on the model, or just the amount removed?
Well, my question is, I'm looking at the biomass estimate that is represented in your report of the 27,369, and then I'm looking at what has just on average what's been taken in terms of landings. And I may be excluding or improperly including, I'm not sure, but it says 2,246 metric tons. And so I'm just trying to understand. And then I also heard a reference to, well, we've only got a 1% exploitation rate. And the numbers don't add up for me. So that's what I'm trying to understand is, given kind of our current approach, given our current average landings, understanding that there's some variation from year to year, and this biomass estimate of 2369, where are we really from how, what type of an exploitation rate do we have on this stock? And understanding that we have this confusion about, well, is it the southern population or northern population? And understanding that, we have some of those uncertainties. I'm just trying to understand where we are in terms of how heavily we're exploiting this stock with the removals that we're allowing under, from the live bait to the bycatch that's in other CPS directed fisheries.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, I understand what you're asking now. Yeah, so the exploitation rate, if you look at the stock assessment update report from Peter and Kevin, they list the northern substock removal, and that's why the exploitation rate there is around 1% versus, if you use the total landings in our report, that would be including both the northern substock and southern substock. So the stock assessment, when they receive the landings data, they will partition up the northern substock versus southern substock, and then they would only take the northern substock landings as far as to account for removals from the biomass.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, sure.
Great, further discussion. Pete Hessemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it's discussion, just my view of what we've heard here. I'm supportive of what the management team is recommending, but I guess with the uncertainties we keep hearing about in the process, it's difficult to get to support or it's frustrating with all of these uncertainties. And so I look at the process that tries to reduce or assess those uncertainties and give us better estimates in the future. And the fact that we're likely underestimating the biomass in the management year, the way the model is working, it is probably provides a little bit of a buffer there, and that's good. But the question then that comes up in my mind is when things change and that pattern changes, that we'd no longer be over predicting, would we be able to detect that? And what are the effects of that on the population? As I looked through the assessment, what really struck me, a retrospective pattern I was referring to, is if you look at the 2020 benchmark assessment, the 2021 catch-only projection, and then the current update assessment, as you move forward in time, the prior years always look better. There's more fish that get built in. And what I saw as a driver of that is simply the reporting of catches in the Mexcal, that semester 2 fishery. That's where the big catch is. That's where the increases occur as the models progress or the assessments progressed each year. And because the F value or the exploitation remains constant, the only explanation is there were more fish out there than we calculated in the assessment. And so there's graphs in the assessment that show that, there's tables that as we move forward. So that, and it seems to be a recent phenomenon. So as we move forward, then I looked at the discussions about what are the processes that address some of the uncertainties. And there are workshops that look at the stock structure. That's an important part. The Cal-Coffee Index, that's a piece of it. And also the ATM survey and the nearshore survey, improving those things. But when I look through the assessment, the only thing that changes a retrospective view is the estimate of catch in the Mexcal semester 2 fisheries. And that's the part I don't see that the catches are being looked at, those estimation procedures and the reporting process for that. So maybe there's a different process that takes care of that, and that's good. So I guess, in summary, I support what the management team is recommending here, but I'm just concerned that all of the processes we look forward look at to reduce some of the uncertainties, that they tackle the most important things. And again, I refer to the actual assessment where it's in that one where they said as I read it, the greatest uncertainty they have is in that Mexcal semester 2 F value that's used in the model. And so, I hope there's some attention paid to that. So as I said, these signals that we get, that if something changes in the natural environment or the stock performance, that we're no longer over predicting, that we're able to detect that, and our management can be responsive to the needs of the sardine population. So thank you. That's my views on what we've heard today.
Thank you very much. Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say this anyway, but Pete provided a great segue for most of the comments I'm going to make right now. So first of all, I think that, one of the things that I've heard is the kind of growing frustration of the industry with a lot that's going on. And I think, it seems to me, just kind of listening to it, that it has kind of changed in tone a little bit at this meeting. There's nothing new per se, but it seems like the level of frustration has increased. So, the second thing I wanted to mention is that the reports from the SSC, AS, and MT all listed several things, including recommendations related to workshops. So the agency has already been discussing that, and the agency and the Science Center will come back. Our plan is to come back probably at the June meeting and kind of give responses to that, to those recommendations and concerns. So I just wanted to get that out there now that we do plan on looking at that and then coming back to the council in June. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Frank. Actually, that addresses what some of my comments. Really appreciate the indication that we'll be hearing about that in June. Certainly support the recommendation from the SSC to postpone the next assessment and allow time to address some of these pressing questions first, such as stock structure. I also want to recognize the longstanding concerns about the EMSY term and the harvest control rule and the management aspect of this, and would certainly think that the EMSY issue is a very important one and would encourage that to be up at the top of the priority list. As far as the Council's action under this agenda item on sardine management measures and specifications, support the recommendations from the SSC and the management team. Appreciate the discussion we had a moment ago, recognizing the U.S. exploitation rate on the northern subpopulation and how low that has been. So I think what would potentially be allowed under the team recommended management measures and including the ACT and the additional accountability measures to keep catch under the ACT and the ACL are really low impact on this stock of concern. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Further discussion on this agenda item before we presumably get to a motion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to sort of plus one to what Maggie just said. I also think the EMSY is a priority, so good to have that out there and support that as well as supporting what the SSC recommended and was supported by our advisory bodies in terms of postponing the stock assessment. And if it's appropriate, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lockhart, just a quick question regarding, you said that NIMS will provide a response in June to the workshop and methodology review. And I'm wondering if it's possible to provide a little more details, if you happen to know sort of the intent behind that. I know we heard this morning on an earlier agenda item that workshop was in a timeline, but I'm just curious if there's a little more background you could provide us about that and when it would happen. Thank you.
I think at this time, I'd prefer not to go into a lot more detail on that and then just have more complete discussions between the region and the center on the comments, and then we'll come back more fully in June. But so at this time, I don't have any more details on that.
All right. Any further discussion? Is there a forthcoming? Brianna Brady?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just sent a motion to Chris and Sandra. Thank you. I move that the council adopt the biomass of 27,369 metric tons, the overfishing limit of 5,506 metric tons, the P-star buffer of 0.4, the ABC tier 2 of 4,274 metric tons, the ACL of 4,274 metric tons, and an ACT of 3,800 metric tons. And the exempted fishing permit amounts for agenda item E2, attachment 1, 300 metric tons, attachment 2, 520 metric tons, and attachment 3, 10 metric tons. An incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 20%. If landings in the live bait fishery attain 2,500 metric tons, a per landing limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine per trip will apply to the live bait fishery. If the ACT of 3,800 metric tons is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. An incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached.
All right, the language on the screen is accurate and complete.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right, I'll look for a second. Seconded by Maggie Summer. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A review of the assessment update was held in March by the SSC CPS subcommittee, and then the full SSC reviewed the update during this meeting and determined the update to be the best available science for management. The SSC selected the tier 2 category, and as the council has used a P-star of 0.4 previously, I am comfortable maintaining a P-star of 0.4. The management team recommended an ACT of 3,800 metric tons to ensure the fishery is not closed too early, and so that other fisheries can continue to operate throughout the year, and to minimize disruption to various economically important fisheries while avoiding overfishing. The ACT also provides for catch amounts for each of the renewed EFPs in order to continue to collect biological and acoustic data to inform the stock assessment. Additionally, because sardine is overfished, the CPS FMP dictates a maximum of only 20% by weight of incidental catch in the other CPS directed fisheries. And I don't see a need to go lower because they are already constrained. Also, accountability measures for live bait, incidental take, and small scale directed are included in the MT and AS reports, which corresponding catch amounts described. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions for the maker of the motion? All right. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the motion, Brianna. My question has to do with the ACT. I understand that the team recommended the 3,800. I believe we had an ACT in 21-22 of 3,000. I note in your report that the 21-22 landings were up from the previous year that was just above 2,700 up to 3,900. And I'm just wondering, is that the justification for raising the ACT from the previous year to 3,800 is because of the increase in the incidental landings of sardines that was contained in your report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the question. Yes, I would say that that's part of the reasoning that went into it. I think the management team looked at the max catch of landings across years and took that into account as well. And we're also coming out of, well, we're also hoping to come out of COVID, and we're not sure of just how much those landings might increase. So I think they were trying to find a place to set that trigger to shut down the fishery and then still allow take afterwards.
Further questions for the maker of the motion? All right, discussion on the motion. Vice Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Geralnik. I'm going to support the motion. I think it strikes the right balance between rebuilding, conservation, and the needs of the coastal communities. You know, we're not sure how long it's going to take to rebuild sardines, because it's not rebuilt until the ocean conditions improve and the stocks rebound. And so I think that until that happens, we need to at least keep those coastal communities going. And I think I look at the table in the management team, table 3, and look at the removals in the last 6-7 years, and they're significantly less than what the ACL is. And I don't know why that would be different in the future. And I've made the analogy before, but you know, we make our highways with lanes that are quite a bit wider than our cars for a reason. And sometimes we need a little more road than we think we do. And I think that I think this is a very it's a good motion, and I think it's wise, and I think it, the coastal communities of in California need that. So, thank you.
Right. See if there's any further discussion. Look to this side of the room. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Brianna, for the motion. I'm going to support the motion, continuing the approach we've taken for a number of years now. I'm really, however, looking forward to what Mr. Lockhart said and bringing forward back in June, because there are a lot of questions floating out there, as Frank noted, about the tone of industry changing. Maybe at this meeting, I thought I heard a little bit stronger statements from the NGOs and predictions that we're failing here, not following the science. I hope those predictions are wrong. I think we're doing our best here to follow the science. I'm not hearing the science tell us otherwise. And at the same time, you know, our exploitation rate in the U.S. It's still confusing how that's calculated, but is about 1%. But then the Mexican exploitation rate has got up to 27%. And you know, the stock, we've been underestimating biomass, but the biomass is on a downward trend still. So there is some concern in my mind. I think we're following the path the scientists are telling us to follow. So, but again, with all these substock and temperature questions, yeah, I'm really hoping. It's been a number of years, as the AS and others have pointed out, that we've been wondering about these questions. So really looking forward to what we hear back in June.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. And if there's no further discussion, it's appropriate to have a vote. So I'll call the question on this motion before us. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the motion. So further action by the council on this agenda item. Jesse, how are we doing?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think you guys have done a great job. You have adopted your Pacific sardine stock assessment, harvest specifications, and management measures for the 2022-23 Pacific sardine fishing season. I'll note there's a lot of discussion and interest around those proposed workshops discussed by the SSC, MT, and AS related to the sardine assessment. As Mr. Lockhart mentioned, the NIPS and the Southwest Fisheries Science Center will be coming up with details on those recommended workshops in June. So we will look for a time on that agenda to get that update.
All right, thank you very much, Jesse. So that will be a wrap on agenda item E3. And we have a little time before lunch, so I don't see any reason not to at least get started on E4, and I'll give you all a break from me, and I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. And with that, I'll look to Kerry to kick us off. Kerry?
Yes, good morning, Council and Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item E4, Fishery CPS Fishery Management Plan Management Categories Final Action. I'll read the situation summary for you all. In June 2019, the Council directed the CPS management team to draft proposed FMP language that would eliminate the distinction between the active and monitored management categories, while still preserving the flexibility embedded in the CPS FMP and maintaining consistency with the Magnuson Act national standards. The amendatory language would not change the management, harvest control rules, and reference points for the stocks managed under the FMP, but it would simply remove the labels of active, monitored, and prohibited, since that's another category that was included in the FMP. At its November 2021 meeting, the Council adopted proposed language for public review with final action scheduled for this meeting in April. The proposed language is in underlined strike-through format and included as agenda item E4 attachment 1. Also in November, the Council directed the CPSMT to explore adding FMP text that would reference Council Operating Procedure 9 and the CPS stock assessment and fishery evaluation document to reflect more detailed information regarding CPS management schedules. There's a CPS MT Report 1 in your advanced briefing book materials, as well as a supplemental CPS MT report and a supplemental CPS advisory subpanel report. And then there's also some public comment in briefing book materials. The Council action is to adopt a final FMP amendatory language and provide guidance as appropriate. After my overview, we'll turn to reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies, take public comment, and then again, the Council action is to adopt final FMP amendatory language. And that concludes my overview, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Kerry. Questions for Kerry on his overview? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the management team. And Alan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Since Kerry basically just gave all the background, I'm going to do a little summarizing here before I read off report number 2. Okay. So yeah, he did the background, and then in our report 1, we took chapter 4 as amended, so as it is in attachment 1, and put in verbiage in sections 4.7 and 4.9. And these are intended to go together, not either or. And we also, it is, the 4.7 is the existing SAFE chapter, so we didn't really feel a need to reference a SAFE because there's already a chapter on it, or a section on it. So now we'll go to report number 2, the CPSMT report on fishery management plan, management categories, final action. As directed by the council in November 2021, the management team explored adding references to COP9 and the SAFE report into the CPS fishery management plan as part of the action amending the CPS FMP to remove references to the active and monitored management categories. CPSMT Report 1 proposes these potential additions that address the council action. The MT discussed whether these additions fit within the scope of the amendment and provides the following recommendations. The CPSMT recommends adopting the edits in Attachment 1 to remove the references to monitored and active categories from the FMP without changing the management approaches for CPS stocks. CPSMT recommends addressing references to COP9 and the SAFE in a separate council FMP housekeeping action. The team supports this action to enhance clarity by providing direction on where to find specific management schedules and processes. However, the proposed management categories action was only intended to remove the terms active and monitored from the FMP. That's from the June 2019 council action. Adding reference to COP9 and additional references to the SAFE, which are not related to removing the active and monitored categories, may conflate the two issues and are more appropriately addressed through a previously discussed housekeeping amendment, which the MT requested back in June 2019. To that end, the CPSMT recommends the council consider adding an FMP housekeeping amendment agenda item at the November 22 meeting. The CPSMT will further address the timing of this proposed housekeeping action under agenda item H3, future council meeting agenda and workload planning. And that concludes our report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Questions for Alan on the management team report? Oh, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Alan. Doing maybe a comment here to get your reaction to, but in short, the council is supported removing the categories monitored versus active for a purpose. Seems hearing the team here report, I don't hear mention of that purpose, and I'm not opposed to this idea, but the purpose of removing these categories, in my understanding, is to be more deliberative in how we approach assessment, scheduling and priorities, research, et cetera. So I guess I'm a little perplexed about, what on its face the purpose of just getting rid of the categories is, and then why something like adding a bit of a reference to how we decided to change anchovy management would be out of scope. Because what is the purpose of removing these categories is somewhat missing in the team's rationale here. And again, that's just a comment. Looking if there's any reaction, no reaction, fair enough. But I think as I noted the last time we took this up, if you just look at this FMP amendment by itself, the purpose of removing these categories is not necessarily readily apparent to people.
Yeah, I can address that. Thank you, Corey. The purpose was basically the impetus of the whole thing was that there's been a lot of confusion over active and monitored categories and how species in the monitored category were still being managed, and there was confusion about people saying it wasn't managed. So there was a perceived lack of clarity and about the use of it. So the The council did direct us, and they said specifically the intent was to remove references to the named management categories, but not to revise the manner in which the CPS stocks are managed. So specifically, we removed references to the named management categories. And adding COP references did not really seem to fit into that. That was our team's conclusion.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Further questions to the team? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Alan. Next up is the advisory subpanel, and Jesse, I believe you're going to be reading that into the record.
Hey, Mr. Vice Chair, this is Carrie Griffin. We had a little glitch in the report readers. I think this is supposed to be Anna Weinstein. And so I think she may need to be elevated to panelist level. Apologies for that. I think she's in the meeting, just not as a panelist right now.
Okay. We'll stand by.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Carrie, for addressing the glitch. I appreciate it. Mr. Vice Chair and council members, I'm Anna Weinstein. I'm here to read into the record the report of the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel on the Fishery Management Plan Categories Final Action, Agenda Item E4. In November, the Council adopted for public review the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team's excellent and mandatory language for the CPS Fishery Management Plan shown in Attachment 1 for this agenda item. In addition, to consider for its final action in April 2022, this meeting, the Council directed the CPS-MT to, quote, explore adding text into the FMP language to reference Council Operating Procedure 9 and the CPS FMP SAFE document, unquote. This Council direction reflected the Council's agreement with our suggestion in Agenda Item I-2A Supplemental CPSAS Report 1 from November 2021 that, quote, the management team explore adding a footnote to the FMP for the purpose of informing the public on where to find additional information on management of the central subpopulation of northern anchovy presented in Council Operating Procedure 9 and the CPS Stock Assessment and Fishery Evaluation document, unquote. We thank the CPS-MT for developing this draft language proposed for sections 4.7 and 4.9 of the CPS FMP and recommend at this meeting the Council adopt Attachment 1 and Appendix A, alternative text for CPS FMP Chapter 4 in Report 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Questions for Anna on the advisory subpanel report? Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks for the report, Anna, and to the whole team, advisory subpanel. I note the difference in your report from the management team's report where they are recommending postponing adoption of the Appendix A and considering adding in those references to COP9 and the SAFE in a future amendment, whereas the advisory subpanel is recommending it now. Is there any more detail on the advisory subpanel's recommendation here to adopt it now that you can provide us?
Yes, thank you to the Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Summer, for the question. Yeah, I can provide a little more perspective. We did have a thoughtful discussion following our discussion with the management team, and it was the consensus of our advisory subpanel that it would be consistent with our previous report and request in November, that it would be beneficial to include this language, this small amendment, to point to the updated management activities that we will see happen in June in regard to central subpopulation of northern anchovy. We didn't see a rationale for it not being in the scope of an FMP amendment, this FMP amendment. And furthermore, we felt that it was important to give the council itself the discretion
to make the decision as to whether this addition is in the scope versus, us, determining whether or not it was in the scope. So ultimately, we thought it would be, rather than preclude the council making that decision, through our recommendation, that the council should have that discretion.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Further questions for Anna? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Anna. And with that, it takes care of our reports, and we have public comment. I believe we have at least one card in there, I believe. Okay, and there it is. And Jeff Chester. Jeff, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Jeff Chester representing the conservation group Oceana. Please also refer to the letter that we have in the briefing book along with our colleagues at Earth Justice on this agenda item. So just to start out, we believe that the anchovy management, particularly the management of the central subpopulation, is in fundamental violation of the Magnuson Act. The specifications in 2016 and 2019 were rejected and vacated in federal court decisions that found that anchovy management was not based on best available science and failed to prevent overfishing. This was ultimately prompted by, in 2015, the council and NIMS failing to accept science showing that the stock had collapsed or take any action to reduce catch limits accordingly. We believe this results directly from the CPS FMP's provisions that allow the vague use of static MSY proxies to set OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs, along with the lack of requirements in the FMP to regularly review the science through specifications rulemakings. This approach is a unique outlier from the way the council manages all of their stocks in the other FMPs, which are done through annual or biennial specifications. And this has also caused confusion and additional workload. For example, the white paper done by the CPS management team to try to explain this back to the council and stakeholders a few years ago. That management regime was described as monitored. And while we can go back to whether the monitored rationale for that was legitimate, the reasons for having that management approach of having low catch relative to other stocks is no longer valid, as anchovy has higher catch recently than sardine or Pacific mackerel, which are actively managed. It was based on the fact that there were no annual biomass estimates coming in after 1995. That's no longer true now that we have annual ATM estimates and Cal Coffee egg and larval estimates. And there was a kind of an understanding that the stock didn't actually collapse, or the magnitude of that collapse was underestimated. And that has been shown to be false as well, as we do have documentation on significant collapses both recently and historically. So rather than fixing the fundamental problem, the council decided to spend the last 3 years on an FMP amendment that removes the monitored nomenclature without making any actual substantive changes to the FMP to address the fundamental legal shortcomings. NIMS has now doubled down twice on its illegal specifications of anchovy by putting forward nearly identical specifications in clear defiance of multiple court orders, and using the justification for not putting in an expiration date on the most recent one, that the FMP does not allow that. The MSA is clear. Harvest control rules need to be described for all stocks in an FMP, and annual catch limits must be set and regularly updated in harvest specifications rulemaking. The management categories amendment, as proposed, will not bring anchovy management into compliance and does not resolve the management deficiencies or confusion in the FMP. For the action before you, we do support reference to the COPs and SAFE as drafted by the CPS-MT and repeatedly supported by the CPS advisory subpanel for the action before you today. I will say that the council did ask its scientific advisors to analyze how often catch limits for anchovy need to be updated to prevent overfishing. This question was explored both in a 2019 workshop and a management strategy evaluation by Dr. Andre Punt that concluded that updating the ABC at least every 2 years based on recent short-term biomass is necessary to prevent overfishing. New mathematical formulas were evaluated and the council's advisory bodies agreed on the parameters. We understand the council plans to implement this approach in June 2022. However, the council opted to include an updated description of this approach in the council operating procedures, not the CPS FMP. However, the COP's council operating procedures are not the appropriate venue to describe the management approach or harvest control rules. As stated even on the PFMC's own website, COPs, and this is a quote, COPs relate to council operations rather than fishery regulations or management specifications, unquote. Conversely, the appropriate place to do that is in the FMP as required by the MSA. Numerous council members have stated that they agree that eventually this new approach, the new anchovy framework developed by the management team, needs to ultimately be described in the CPS FMP. However, they stated that they would like to take it for a test drive or try it out for a few years in a trial period before adopting it in the FMP that would require actual accountability to follow it. We note that there's no basis in the Magnuson Act for such a trial period, and there's no valid justification to delay bringing the FMP into compliance with the law. It's time to end the ongoing saga of litigation and workload associated with anchovy management. We ask that the council amend its CPS FMP to include the mathematical formulas and mechanism for setting annual specifications in the FMP that are based on best available science and prevent overfishing. The council has already adopted a new formula for setting ABCs that has been analyzed in a management strategy evaluation and supported by stakeholders. We ask that you adopt this new formula as part of a harvest control rule that is implemented through a specification cycle of no more than 2 years in the terms of its frequency in the CPS FMP. In doing so, the council will provide much needed clarity, ensure catch limits are based on best available science, and bring anchovy management into compliance with the law. And just lastly, we are concerned about just this will now be the second time that the management team is asking for, quote, housekeeping amendments that are non-substantive. We do note that the management team did ask for that in 2019, and the council said go for it, and the management team decided not to do that. So here we are again, talking about another non-substantive housekeeping FMP. We do support an FMP amendment beginning in November, but that would be the appropriate opportunity, we believe, not to just do, quote, housekeeping, but actually make the substantive changes needed to address the legal deficiencies in the FMP as we've described. Thank you very much, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on his testimony? Okay, not seeing any hands. Thanks, Jeff. Okay, that takes us through public comment and council action. And so I'll open the floor up for discussion. Indoor up, Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Wanted to thank the team for your work preparing the proposed revisions to the fishery management plan in front of us in attachment 1, and recognize that they are directly responding to the council's request several years ago to remove these terms for the monitored and active management categories because of the potential confusion that those terms were causing. And I think that is important. I think the clarity and transparency of the information that we provide in these documents to the public on how we're going to manage our coastal pelagic species is important. And so I do think this is a meaningful and valuable FMP amendment. Recognize it does not maybe address all of the aspects, all of the concerns that have been raised that we just heard about in public comment, for example, some differences of opinion on where the appropriate place to put the anchovy management framework, for example. But I think that, in my opinion, what we have in attachment 1 is directly responding to the council's request and direction to the team, and we'll be supporting the team's recommendation to adopt that today and to consider adding in references to COP9 and the SAFE in a future amendment.
Thank you, Maggie. Further discussion? Brianna Brady. Brianna?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I just wanted to thank the management team for taking the time to look into where things might fit in this amendment. I'm supportive of adopting attachment 1, and I would like to see this amendment come to conclusion.
Thank you, Brianna. Corey Niles. Cool.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, I guess I'll start off in echoing Maggie on, thanking everyone for the work and what the FMP is intended to do and become more transparent is definitely a goal. I tend to see the anchovy framework as a big part of this. It's very much connected. If we wanted to do it now, I don't see how it would not be within scope, because again, it doesn't jump off the page what this amendment, what it was intended to do in terms of for an anchovy in particular. If the team thinks we can more effectively, improve the transparency and the clarity of the FMP with some other housekeeping, that seems acceptable to me. If it happens in relatively short order, I'm not too picky on the timing here. I'm hearing the comments from public testimony. I take it on take the confidence in what NIMS is telling us, that we are in compliance with the law, and the anchovy management framework is a big step forward. And not to repeat myself, that is a central piece of what the intent here was in going away from this monitored category. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Motion? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a motion, and now we all see it. I move the Council adopt as final the Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan amendatory language presented in Agenda Item E4, Attachment 1, April 2022.
Thank you, Maggie. Is the language accurate?
Yes.
Very good. Second? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Maggie, please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. As I spoke to in my comment just a moment ago, the language we have in Attachment 1 here under E4 is responding to our direction previously to develop or to eliminate the categorization of coastal pelagic species stocks as active and monitored in the fishery management plan. I do think that improves the FMP language in that it now describes how each stock is managed in a stock-specific manner. This amendment, as we have been discussing, does not amendment to the FMP language does not make any changes itself to how we manage these stocks, but I certainly don't want to lose sight of the significant work we have done recently on the anchovy management framework, and really look forward to the application of that approach in the near future moving forward. Regarding where that anchovy management framework lives and the proposed incorporation of references to COP9 as well as the SAFE document. Again, this motion does not address those. I continue to support the management team's recommendation to add those or consider those in a separate FMP amendment process, potentially beginning in November, they suggested. Which can also address some of the other housekeeping or administrative amendments which they have previously brought to our attention. I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Questions for the motion maker or discussion? Phil Anderson? No. Oh, you're good? Okay. I guess not. Well, with that, I'll call for the question. So all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. All right. And then we have further council guidance to be given here. So, Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the prompt. I also intended to note that currently COP9 includes use of the monitored species term and active management. I understand that council staff have been discussing the need for revisions to ensure that that COP aligns with the FMP amendment language that we just adopted here. So would suggest that we provide some guidance that staff work with the team to develop proposed changes to COP9 to reflect that and bring it back to the council under a future, one of our future standing agenda items for council operating procedures.
Okay, very good. Further guidance? Corey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just briefly, I just gonna echo what Maggie said in speaking to her motion, and just hoping council staff will pick up that housekeeping and FMP amendment process and put it on the ear of the glance for November.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just for a matter of record keeping, we did have one no vote. I believe that was Corey Writings. Just for the record.
Okay. Carrie, I'll look to you. How we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Council. You are doing well. You accomplished your task for this agenda item, and I appreciate the extra guidance on a future housekeeping amendment that the CPSMT has proposed and will work on, as well as the guidance to update the language in COP9 to reflect the removal of monitored and active management categories. There's also other documents like the SAFE document and our website and probably things like that, fact sheets that we'll need to update as well, but that doesn't require any council motion or anything. Just wanted people to be aware of that. So we'll be working on that. And then with this action that concludes the FMP amendment, and so we will work on transmitting that to NIMS for approval and take it from there. So anyway, yep, concludes your action. Thank you for the good work on it.
Thank you, Gary. And I'm going to turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden for some guidance here for lunch and afterwards this afternoon. Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just a quick update. Salmon is coming together. Will not be available by the time we come back from lunch. I understand there are still some discussions happening also that folks would like to have over lunch. So I'd be happy to work with my staff to see if there's something we can move up to earlier this afternoon. I think the odds are low. I would suggest maybe a longer lunch, Mr. Chairman, and coming back here after that to check in and see if there's anything we can do. And if not, we can have another extended break. But that would be my proposal to you all.
Okay. With that, let's check back here at 1:35. Okay, welcome back from lunch, folks. And before we get started, we turn to Executive Director Merrick Burton for a plan for the afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chairman Pettinger and council members and everyone else. So a couple of items to note. One is in order to give some added time to our salmon process, we have decided to move around some of our agenda items. So we'll be taking up F5, which is implementation of the whiting fishery under the U.S.-Canada agreement. After that wraps up, I'm told that salmon may be ready by 3. There is an open question about whether we will be able to provide guidance at that time. We will get as far as we can, is my understanding. So we will aim for 3 to pick back up on salmon and hope that we can do so. If not, maybe it would be 4, but that's the plan at the moment. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something, but I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Merrick. And with that, I'm going to hand the gavel to Chair Grelnick to take us off on F5. Mark?
All right, F5, whiting. John DeVore is our staff officer, and I'll ask John to give us an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Agenda F5 concerns implementation of the 2022 Pacific whiting fishery. As you all know, that whiting management and the setting of the TAC is largely done through the U.S.-Canada Pacific whiting treaty process. This year, we have a new assessment that indicates that the relative spawning biomass in 2022 is 65%. We're still looking at a pretty healthy population here. The result indicates that biomass has declined since 2019 due to the aging of some significantly large cohorts in 2010, 14, and 16, and relatively high catches. The one bit of real good news, besides the fact that the stock is still in a healthy status and fairly and very abundant here, is that there's an early indication that the 2020 year class might be relatively strong as well, although it's poorly estimated at this point. The Joint Management Committee of the U.S.-Canada Pacific Whiting Treaty Process, they're the decision-making body in the treaty process, met March 1 to 3 to formalize their recommendations for a coast-wide, that's U.S. and Canada combined, total allowable catch for Pacific whiting. As you might recall, in the last couple of years, the Joint Management Committee could not reach a consensus, but this year they did. And they're recommending a coastwide TAC of 545,000 metric tons for 2022. We have Mr. Phil Anderson and Mr. Frank Lockhart both serve on the JMC, and they are prepared to brief the council on this year's process. So the action here is to basically understand what the recommendations are, and if the council feels compelled to, they can make some recommendations regarding the U.S. TAC. Certainly, you can recommend a U.S. TAC that's lower than what the treaty allocation would suggest, but that would be considered a rare event. You haven't done that since the treaty process has started, but that's certainly within your jurisdiction. So if for whatever reason you decide you want to make that recommendation, you would make it to NIMS, and that would go through the process to determine whether what the U.S. tax should be this year. So with that, unless there's any questions for me, there is a supplemental gap report on this as well. I did not see any public comment in the public comment portal, so that's the only supplemental report you have, as far as I know. So unless there's any questions for me, I suggest that we get a briefing from Mr. Anderson and/or Mr. Lockhart.
All right, thank you, John. Are any questions of John on the overview? Okay, so we'll now turn to our folks here who are on the Joint Management Committee, and it looks like Frank Lockhart is going to take the laboring oar there and to give a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start off, and then Phil can add in details that I may have missed. So John did a good job of giving you a pretty good overview of kind of where we are. We did not come to an agreement in 2020 and 2021. I will note, now that we're coming out of COVID, we were the first major meeting on this coast that was, the in-person part was canceled because of COVID. And we went on Friday morning, we were going to have an in-person meeting, and Friday afternoon, we switched to virtual. And then the very next Monday, we were in a virtual meeting. So the whiting was the whiting process was the first one affected by that. So we did come to an agreement, and I won't repeat the numbers again that John mentioned. And at this point in time, I will mention, though, that the parties, the JMC made a recommendation to the parties. That's the governments of Canada and the United States. Both parties have actually concurred with that recommendation. But however, in the U.S. side, the rulemaking to actually implement that recommendation is in process. And I believe you'll get an update from Keeley under the NIMS report, Groundfish report, on the status of that. So again, John mentioned that the stock is currently at healthy levels of 65% female spawning biomass of unfished levels. But I'll just go into a little bit more detail kind of about, as he mentioned, the process that we went under. So the treaty does have kind of what we call a default harvest rate of a F40% harvest rule. If we were to follow that, the TAC could have been as high as 715,000 metric tons. Just showing you kind of the healthy status of the stock. If we were to actually try to catch that, the spawning biomass would only decrease a small amount down to 64% at the start of 2023. And then if we were to continue that would be 56% at the start of 2024. So the stock is in good condition. So however, we did not go that high, and so we did look at other levels. And the stock assessors, their analyses indicated for 2022, any harvest level below 613,000 metric tons would result in an increase to the spawning stock biomass. And for 2023, it would have been any harvest below 430,000 metric tons would also result in an increase to spawning stock biomass. So the stock is in good condition, and so that gave us a lot of flexibility at the JMC to come to an agreement. So overall, they're looking at the range from of various harvest levels up to the default harvest rate of 715,000 metric tons. There's only an 18% chance of the stock falling before the B40 level. And then there's a 0% chance of the stock falling below B10% at these same harvest levels. So once again, the message is very clear. The stock is in good condition. Again, that gave a lot of flexibility to the JMC to consider coming to an agreement. I will note, John said that we met from March 1st through the 3rd. We actually did not. We ended a day early, which shows you we went from 2 straight years of no agreement and going long to actually coming to an agreement, a full agreement in 2 days, not 3. So our ability to do that this year is only because of the excellent work of a lot of people behind the scenes. And so I just wanted to mention a few of those people without going into a lot of detail. I'm not mentioning everyone, but we are supported by a lot of excellent technical folks. Aaron Berger and Kelly Johnson of the Northwest Science Center serve on the JTC. Jim Hasty is the chair of the scientific review group, do excellent work. And then our AP chair is Joe Birsch, again, does an amazing job. And then the JMC, we have been the same group for the entire history of the implementation of the Whiting Treaty, and that is Phil as the council representative, Steve Joner as the tribal representative, Dan Waldeck as the industry representative, and myself. So again, it was quite I think a good process this year. And I also want to mention that having a 2-day meeting, ending a day early, I think was only possible because there was a lot of hard work in the prior months. We had a lot of discussions amongst the JMC with our industry folks and with Canada. And I think we all came to the table realizing that it would behoove both parties to come to an agreement and help support sustainable management of the whiting stock. So with that, maybe just a little bit on the process from here, since it is a little strange, but I did mention that both parties have concurred with the TAC recommendation. There is a separate rulemaking process. As I said, Keely will give you an update on that. There will be a proposed rule and a final rule that will hopefully be in place before the season starts. But Keely can go into more details on that under the NIPS groundfish report. So with that, you could perhaps turn to Phil. And after that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'd be happy to answer questions now if that's your desire.
All right, thanks very much. Let's ask Phil Anderson to provide his input on this, and then we can have any questions addressed to the both of you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Of course, Frank did a great job of providing you the overview of this year's process. I don't want to be repetitive. There's a couple things I might emphasize. I think one is that I've been involved in several different implementation of treaties between the United States and Canada, and I would just say that the relationship that we have with our counterparts in Canada is very, very good. And I think the fact that we had a number of years prior to 2020 where we had reached agreement, and we enabled us to work through 2 years where we didn't have an agreement, not because we didn't want to reach an agreement, we just fundamentally didn't get there. But the respect between Canada and the U.S. and their representatives stayed true. And I think that foundation allowed us to get through those 2 years, and the importance of reaching an agreement from both countries' perspectives really was a commitment to each other to try to figure out what we might do differently this year to get us to a point where we had an agreement. Because I think, at least from my perspective, if we'd gone a third year, I think we would have started to do some damage to relationships and the potential for long-term success of the treaty itself. And so just kudos to everybody for hanging in there. As Frank said, we met on numerous occasions looking for pathways forward and having some very candid conversations about why we hadn't been able to reach agreement in these 2 previous years. So I would just emphasize that piece. And as always, when you go to mention people's names that contributed to a process, you run the risk of not mentioning someone that you should. But I do. Our advisors, many of, virtually all that you know of what you know, and we had a few turnovers here recently with Al Carter leaving Ocean Gold and Sarah Nyani moving on from Arctic Storm, and Lori Steele joined us. She had been with the scientific review group, but Joe Birch is the chair, as Frank mentioned, and Bob Dooley. Mike Hyde is stepping away, and Trent is going to come in behind him, I think. Mike O, Brent Payne, and Dave Smith from Newport. All of those folks work really hard and make our jobs a lot easier than they would otherwise be, because they do a lot. The advisors do a lot of the heavy lifting and the actual negotiations with their counterparts. And it's a bit different. It's kind of unique in terms of the role that the advisors play, and not that they're not all important, but they're super important here. So I just wanted to acknowledge those people who have contributed a lot to the success of the implementation of the treaty, and certainly contributed again this year to our ability to reach agreement. And then just lastly, our group of 4, that Steve Joner and Dan Waldeck and Frank and myself serving as the U.S. JMC members. It's always a privilege to work with those three people. And we've made, I think, a pretty good team. So just wanted to acknowledge Frank's leadership as our chair. Has been great, and has his relationship with his counterpart, Paul Rial, on the Canadian side has really contributed to the success of the process as well. And then to all the technical folks that Frank mentioned, and there are certainly others that from a stock assessment perspective in the scientific review group make this thing a success. My last thought was I felt a bit remiss in that we didn't report out to you in the March meeting, because we concluded these conversations the week prior to the March meeting, and we have been generally doing it ahead of the March meeting. So I don't know, there may be some timing issues. I don't know. I would look to Frank for that, but the council does have a role here. I don't want to. I want to make sure that we're coordinated with you and that we're reporting out to you in a timely way, and we're make sure that we don't preempt your opportunity that you have as a council. And so maybe giving a little bit of thought to that for next year, in terms of when we report out to you, might be worthwhile. So those are my additional comments. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Frank and Phil. Let's see if there are any questions on the report from the Joint Management Committee. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Frank and Phil, for the overview and for all the good work. One thing I didn't hear either you mentioned, maybe I missed it, in a feature that I think it's interesting with the process is you mentioned the TAC of 545, but a lot of your deliberations were based on what we might think of as an ACT of a actual amount of fish coming out of the water. Do you happen to have that number? What you all were looking at? My memory was that it was maybe not 100,000 metric tons lower, but quite a bit lower than that 545.
Frank, you need to.
Sorry, after pressing the button to turn on the mic, it was the estimate that was coming from advisors, I believe, was I think 445,000 metric tons as a total catch. But I believe for several of the sectors, that they took a very conservative approach to that number.
Bill Anderson.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Corey, to bring forward that and up until a couple of years ago, we always just talked about the TAC, and when we got into some difficulties, I'm burning up a little time here. You told me I could. When we got into difficulties here a couple of years ago, we continued to talk about TAC, but we put more of a focus on what we thought the actual mortalities were going to be, what we call the realized catch. And so our three sectors did a lot of work in terms of estimating if the TAC was 500,000 and the U.S. share was 74.26% of that, if I have that number right. Do I have that? Okay. What would the catch be? And we looked at past so that we could try to get at the issue of, well, the number you're looking at, the 500 in this case, this is just a hypothetical, is too high. Yeah, but we think we're only going to, by the time we add up what you think you're going to catch in Canada and us, we think it's going to be 380,000 tons. And so, which puts a lot different picture when you're looking at the decision tables and so forth. So really the last 3 years, this being the third, we've spent a lot more time talking about realized catch. And last year, the big debate was whether our estimates of our realized catch in our mothership and our CPs and our shoreside was accurate, or whether we were underestimating what we thought we would catch, which the Canadians were, I'll say, suspicious of. And when in fact which is where our industry really comes in strong, they really sharpen the pencil and come up with some really good estimates of what they think they're going to catch out of an overall TAC. So, and this year we agreed to set that aside. We're not going to debate what each country thinks they're going to catch. We're going to accept that they have the expertise and the knowledge to make those estimates far better than the other country does. And that went along, and that came out of these multiple meetings that we had in between the annual March meetings in terms of us trying to figure out a way to get to an agreement and understand what were the obstacles to us reaching agreement in the past. So working through those issues and setting that particular issue aside in the willingness to accept what each country was estimating put us a long ways ahead from where we were last year. So long answer to a short point. Yes, that is true. And the realized catch was the area that we really focused on and looked at that realized catch versus our decision tables relative to the degree to being conservative in the way we're approaching the harvest levels. So,
Frank.
Since we perhaps have a little time, I will just expand on that, just for reference. So the utilization rates, how much we catch of the TAC, the 2010-2019 average is for both countries is 71.3%. Last year we were below that at about just short of 69%. This year we heard from the industry that it might actually increase, the utilization might actually increase. But again, recall those numbers that I talked about, the 545,000 metric tons. If we caught all of that, the spawning stock biomass is actually predicted to increase. So again, we think the level, the final TAC chosen is a very conservative level, and it provides for both the industry to get the appropriate economic gains while also sustainably managing the stock. So anyway, thank you for the question, Corey.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on the Joint Management Committee report? All right, thanks very much. We have a supplemental gap report. I'm not sure who is going to read that, but I would encourage you just to speak up.
Mr. Chairman, Dan Waldeck here from the GAP.
Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make sure I got my GAP feed muted so I can focus on this good conversation here. Dan Waldeck with the GAP. I'll be reading agenda item F5B, supplemental GAP report on implementation of the 2022 whiting fishery under the U.S.-Canada agreement. The GAP received an overview of the 2022 TAC determination by the JMC from participants in the treaty process. The GAP is pleased that the JMC provided a consensus recommendation on the whiting TAC for 2022. Whiting fishery participants highlighted for the GAP that the bilateral scientific research and analysis process that is the foundation of determining the whiting fishery TAC is strong and working well. We were also informed that efforts made in 2021 to improve the working relationship between the parties were helpful in facilitating a successful JMC TAC determination in March 2022. The whiting fishery is a critically important piece of the groundfish fishery portfolio, and the GAP very much appreciates the collaborative approach among scientists, managers, and fishery participants. The GAP anticipates timely implementation of the JMC recommendation by the National Fisheries Service. As reported during the NIFS report, it is our understanding that the proposed rule should publish soon. Interim allocations will be provided in advance of the May 15 season start, and final allocations consistent with the JMC TAC will be provided when the final rule is published, likely in June 2022. It is the understanding of the GAP that the Council took action under in-season in November 2021 to establish a 750 metric ton set-aside amount for 2022 research and incidental catch, as recommended by the GMT, and we continue to support this set-aside amount. That ends the GAP report, and with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I do want to add a few brief comments to what Mr. Lockhart and Mr. Anderson said. The first is, Frank and Phil both said a lot of really important names of participants in this process. I want to call out Frank in particular, that he has been a steady hand on the till of this ship as we've navigated some pretty difficult straits the last couple of years. He's done this the last year without having a treaty coordinator after Ms. Stacy Miller left for a different position at the region. And so Frank has been continuing his yeoman's effort without the support he had in the past. And I personally want to thank Frank for his leadership and his commitment to this process, to listening and understanding to industry concerns, and to being a strong, maybe advocate might be too strong of a word, but at least being there for us when we need his help on these sorts of things. I want to echo what Mr. Anderson said about the strength of what I think is a good JMC team. Phil, brings a history and a steadiness to this process that is critically important. Steve Joner brings a history and a tribal perspective that is invaluable to us as the JMC and to the whiting fishery as a whole. And then lastly, and I think both Phil and Frank touched on this, is there's such a strong cohesiveness among the U.S. delegation from folks like Aaron and Kelly at the science shop, Kristen, who's doing our MSE, the acoustics team, Julia and Rebecca, and the folks that work with them, Dr. Hasty and the work that he's done, and again, all the AP folks that contribute, as Phil mentioned. It is a cohesive unit. We are better working together, and I think that cohesion, that collaboration helped us get through these last couple of years and put us on a great footing, and I'm looking forward to the future. So I'll stop there and take questions on the GAP report or any other things. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks very much, Dan. Any questions on the GAP report? All right, thank you very much, Dan. That concludes our reports. I don't believe we have any public comment. I checked a moment ago. So that takes us to our council discussion, whether to consider any other necessary action, which I guess would be unusual for us to do. And I guess NIMS is already moving forward with this regulatory package, but let's just sort of see if there's any council discussion here or anything else that folks want to take up under this agenda item. What? Oh, Frank?
I just wanted to echo what Phil said. I do think it would be a good idea for when we do planning for next March that this agenda item be on the March council meeting and not the April. It's always good to have council input there. And I'm not sure what the timing is going to be next year, but if at all possible, we should know in the fall by the time the September council meeting rolls around when we're proposing to have the JMC meeting, and then therefore we can plan the March council meeting. So I just wanted to support that. So thank you.
Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't add really too much to what Phil and Dan and Frank said. I think that the last couple of years have been really difficult to get. The last 3 years have been really difficult without being able to meet in person. I think we worked. We had to change our strategy to do there. As being a member of the advisory panel, by the way, and the team was really came together, and we had excellent guidance. Excellent information. But I think the thing that made it work so well this year was all the work we did last summer to actually bring the groups together that we normally didn't do as much of. And we really, we worked on the MSC, we had side meetings that at least kept our familiarity up, because I think we were really hampered by not being in person. And it was too easy to not agree and not really understanding the implications of that as we went forward. But I think last year was a breakthrough. I think there was a lot of analysis that was done by everyone, but including, more importantly, I think the advisory panel came forward with a lot of analysis on how we came up with our realized catch, but what it took to get there, and that's the inflation up to a higher TAC number. And that was a hard thing for the Canadians particularly to understand. And I think that there was work last year to make a spreadsheet and explain it and really take the time. Although we didn't come to an agreement, we came to a better understanding of the process. But I also think that this year, building on that, and like I said, with all of the pre-work that was done by our JMC to really work out the bumps, and it felt much easier this year to me because they were more understanding. The Canadians were more understanding of where we were and accepting than we normally were. And I was frankly surprised we got done in a day and a half, basically, but we did. And it was, it was a tribute to our leadership from the JMC. I mean, and our scientific people that really laid it out, and quite frankly, too, the stock. The stock helped us a bunch. And with the prior years, we thought it was going to go down farther, but a new recruitment coming in, and it kind of brightened it up a bit. So I think we're a much better cohesive group to do this now than we were probably 3 years ago. We've come out of this stronger and a lot more nimble, a lot and more cohesive. We work together better. So I think I've been doing this now for 6, maybe 7 years now, and time goes by. But I'm proud to be part of it. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything further on this agenda item? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a quick observation. And yeah, I'm always very impressed with everyone involved in the process on the U.S. delegation side. Not that I'm not impressed with the Canadian side, less familiar with them, but we are more than well represented there. But I've been watching on the sidelines for a number of years about how our JMC, which, as Frank and Phil and Bob mentioned, it, involves members of industry, of the tribes, of government, all coming together to talk about harvest policy and what it should be, and doing it with another nation. And whiting for a number of years has been above B40%. Whiting is kind of I thought it was a unique stock, but it's not necessarily, but supported by some rare but very large year classes. And watching the JMC handle how they do that in the past couple of years, even though they didn't reach agreement, I thought the U.S. I thought we were coming forward with very reasonable precautionary positions as looking at the stock and as it approached downward towards B40. And I'm contrasting that with what we'll be talking about tomorrow, and people are talking in the hallways now about the P-star debate of sablefish in 0.4 versus 0.45 is how we'll structure our deliberations, and whether P-star 0.45 is sufficient or not. Here, a P-star 0.45 is a drop between the OFL and the ACL of about 6%. A 0.4 is about 12%. Where the whiting GMC set the TAC is 23.8% below the TAC. And when you throw the realized catch in, it's maybe I didn't quite get the exact number, but approaching a 40% drop. So I think the watching the JMC do it and watching the scientific advice they get, it's a better way of doing it. And I think we'll see tomorrow. Sablefish is also a stock where we're going to be above B40, where it's supported by a big 2015 year class. And the thought we should be thinking about is how to manage that being above B40, which is a new thing for a long time. But again, I'm putting forward the JMC as a model of how they've done that. And again, I would echoing all the compliments that have been offered there today.
Thank you. Anything further? Mr. DeVore, how are we doing?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, I think you've had a very good discussion. You had the ability to ask participants in the treaty widening process how it went down, and you had the ability to offer recommendations. The only recommendation I heard was one from both Mr. Anderson and Mr. Lockhart to consider scheduling this agenda item next year in March. That's not a decision you need to make under this agenda item, but duly noted. And I imagine you'll see this in year-to-glance tables in the near future. So I'd say with that, you have completed this agenda item.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to hand the gavel back to our vice chair because the next agenda item today is salmon, and Vice Chair Pettinger will announce when we're returning for that.
Thank you, Chair Grolick, and I'll turn to our Executive Director, Merrick Burton, to give us the official instructions this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I understand that salmon is still coming together. Folks are making progress, but I would suggest that we stand down until 3 and come back at that time.
Okay, with that, we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're on D3, salmon management, and I'll turn to Robin to start us off. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Agenda item D3 to clarify the council direction of the 2022 salmon management measures. We have a couple of reports from the salmon technical team and a report from the SAS. And looks like we have some public comment signed up. And your job under this agenda item is to just provide any additional guidance based on the direction given on yesterday's agenda item D2 on the proposed seasons for the upcoming 2022 salmon season.
Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin on her overview? Okay, seeing that, we'll have Dr. O'Farrell come up and give us the STT report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Council members. I'll be referring to agenda item D3A, Supplemental STT Report 1. In the last day or so, the STT has analyzed the management measures put forward by the SAS and guidance provided by the Council. And the main results are presented in Table 5 and Table 7 of the packet. Moving to page 18 and the first page of Table 5, we have a number of Puget Sound stocks that are not meeting their objectives currently. On the next page, the Hoko Fall stock, at the top of the page there is not meeting its escapement objective currently. And lower down the Columbia River Natural Tule exploitation rate is above 38%. Moving to the next page, for the Klamath River Fall Chinook, the H4 ocean harvest rate is at 10.3%, which is greater than NIMS guidance for a maximum level of 10%. And turning the page to the coho side, currently none of the coho stocks are outside of their management objectives. And then again, I will just point out that Table 7 is attached in here, and you can look at the breakdown of the exploitation rates for 4 stocks of interest. And that concludes my presentation of this STT report.
Thank you, Michael. Questions, the STT report? Okay. Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. O'Farrell, I just had one question about the age 4 exploitation rate for California coastal Chinook. In the previous alternatives, it had been below 10%. I was just curious if you might just give an overview of how it might have moved up to 3.3%.
Thanks, Ms. Bishop. It's hard to, there were some changes made between the alternatives that we left the March meeting with, and I can't right now, without looking at my computer, identify on the fly where exactly those changes were made and that would result in this 0.3% increase. But I could follow up with you potentially or whoever else afterwards.
Chris Kern.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sorry, Mike. I think I'm just doing this for the record because I want to make sure we're clear. It's 10.3% in Table 5, and the footnote for Table A2 says 10, but probably, did I say 10.5? 10.3 for H4, and the footnote in A2 says 10. So can we just edit that on our own copy to 10.3? Would that be correct?
Thank you. One moment. I just want to find what we're looking at.
Page 26.
Okay. Yes, I believe that's a vestige from the last time. Maybe look for some confirmation. I believe so. If not, I will let you know.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Further questions for the STT? Okay, seeing none.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, next up is the SAS, and I believe Ryan Johnson.
Good afternoon. I'll be reading the SAS report. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel was briefed by the Salmon technical team on the technical aspects of the model used to estimate catch and effort in the salmon fisheries considered during the preseason planning process. It is apparent that there's an overestimate in the Thule impact south of Falcon. The projected catch is unusually high, and it seems very unlikely that the Oregon Troll Fleet seems very unlikely since the Oregon Troll Fleet has undergone a significant change of the fishery regime since 2015. Although the SAS understands and respects the technical and process issues, the apparent overestimate in catch creates additional restrictions in fisheries where Thule impacts occur and will result in a loss of opportunity and economic benefit to commercial and recreational fisheries, both north and south of Falcon. The SAS hopes that it is possible to resolve this issue prior to the conclusion of the 2022 preseason planning process, but no later than November 2022. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Questions on the SAS report? Okay. Thanks, guys. All right, that takes us to public comment. I believe we have at least one card in. Oh, sorry, Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The STT does have a report too they would like to provide to the council.
Oh, please.
Sometimes they only do one of two. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be referring to agenda item D3A, supplemental STT report 2. In recent years, there's been a tendency to overpredict effort in the commercial fishery in northern and central Oregon management areas. One effect of this is that the resulting catch projections for the central Oregon troll model fishery and the Chinook Fram model may be too high in 2022. Effort projections for south of Falcon fisheries are made with the Klamath Ocean harvest model, and those projections are used by other models such as Chinook and Coho Fram and the Sacramento harvest model. If no changes are made to the effort forecasting approach, inflated impact estimates could result for some stocks. However, making comprehensive changes to effort forecasts would require a more large-scale analysis that could be completed at the April council meeting. Such an analysis could be undertaken prior to next year's preseason salmon management process. Interim modifications to effort projections have been considered for Chinook Fram, but there is significant salmon technical team concerns about the inconsistencies and disconnect that such changes would create between other models used for south of Falcon and north of Falcon fishery assessments. Furthermore, the STT has concerns about making changes in methods or inputs at this stage in the preseason process without more comprehensive review and a full understanding of any unanticipated results that may arise from such a change.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on the STT report 2? Butch Smith.
Well, not a question, but a comment. I do see that what appears to be a glaring error, but I understand that the time constraint and what we need to do to hopefully, I do appreciate the STT and all the midnight oil they've been burning to get this done and the SAS and as long as it's on the radar screen to be looked at and maybe, fixed in a more favorable time frame, is helpful. Maybe not for this year, and like the SAS testified, it's really pain that can be shared here for the whole Oregon and Washington coast fisheries. So I do appreciate Dr. O'Farrell's and the STT willing to take this on, hopefully, before next year. So thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Michael. You mentioned taking this on and doing a more comprehensive review prior to next season. Will we see this on the list of upcoming draft methods review items, or what kind of process are you considering for how this review might be conducted?
Thank you, Mr. Remco, Council. We still need to discuss a process and time frame for completing this. I think it is unlikely that this will get onto our statement for the methodology review this year. We did not have a chance to have a discussion about this topic with the SSC and the MU when we were discussing methodology topics with them. I believe it would be possible to put this on the methodology review list in September if adequate work had been done. There also may be a chance in other ways too, like at the March Council meeting, if necessary. I think the team has more work to do to figure out exactly the process and how we're going to go about doing this and when we can do it.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dr. O'Farrell. When we looked at the model outputs in March, some of the outputs, raised some concerns about what we were seeing in terms of projected catches that came from the various openings, South Falcon, as it relates, the catches, and then the resulting impacts on stocks, in particular, like tules, that are a concern. And what and then after seeing the modeling results this week and looking at those and meeting with some of the WDFW staff, it's pretty apparent to me, at least, that we have a fairly significant issue that we need to deal with if we're going to, and that it needs to be addressed. And I'm not entirely clear on your response to Ms. Uremko here a moment ago in terms of what can be done between now and March of next year, understanding that our methodology review timeframe and for approval of any methodologies that would be used in next year's process needs to be concluded and approved in November. And you mentioned that there was a potential of delaying it all the way until March, I think I heard you say, for 2023. And I'm finding myself very uncomfortable with what you said in terms of a response to how are we going to deal with this over the next 9 to 10 months. And so, and the significance of the problem, and I know some of the things that are being considered to respond to it in other areas to get that tule impact, in this case, down below 38 are pretty darn dramatic that we're having to do in part as a result of the large increase in tule impacts in the South from what we have normally dealt with. So I'm sure there's a question in there somewhere about, but I just feel like we need some level of fairly significant commitment to try to deal with this issue before having to go through another year where we have these kind of modeling results that just don't make any sense.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for your comments. I would like to try to assure you and the council that we're taking this very seriously, and that this is something that has caused a lot of heartburn for us. And we would fix it as soon as possible if it felt we could. The reason I may have gave kind of an ineloquent response to Ms. Yaremko's question is because some part of my thought process was that we could do some work prior to February or March, but then we would gain another year of data that might be useful for our analysis. And that's why it was maybe a little evasive about when we could complete this work.
Please.
I want to make sure I'm not completely out of step here with the discussion part of the agenda. Thanks for that addition. I think it's going to be really important for us to have a plan so that we kind of everybody understands what the plan is and the timing. And if we have to potentially deviate from our plan relative, and it may not fall within the purview of a methodology change. I don't know, the exact definition of that, but I think to the extent that, at least, well, maybe by June, if we could have some sort of a plan as to how we were going to try to address this in the time frame that everybody understood, I think that's going to be really important.
Thank you, Phil. Further questions for the SDT? Okay. Thanks, Michael. Okay, now I think we're going to public comment, I believe. And we have one card in, at least. And I see Garen McCarthy. Is he online? Okay. Okay. Well, since he's not there, that takes us to council action or discussion. And so with that, I'll open up the floor for discussion where we're at. My understanding is we probably won't go to have guidance this evening, but looking for hands. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will ask that we not go to guidance this afternoon to give us some time overnight to digest the modeling results and what we've heard from the SAS and the STT. We'll have some work to do to try to get fisheries down to that Thule exploitation rate. Certainly don't want to cut off any discussion of what we just heard. I've spent time thinking about what does a methodology review assignment look like? We know we've got to do something, but recognize we might not have that all squared around by the time we get to that tomorrow. So it might be that taking a look at it in June and after having a little more time to figure out a game plan makes sense.
Great. Thank you, Kyle. Chris Kern.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. That was, I guess, a question in my part, just to confirm that maybe I just missed it. We normally talk about methodology review in March, but we do have the opportunity to continue discussion on that in June. Was that correct from a process standpoint? No, I'm seeing heads shake.
Do you want me to answer that? I didn't know if you were looking at me, but the the process for the methodology review is April, September, and November. It's currently.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, we've got some time before tomorrow. I think I'm going to want to have some offline discussions about whether we take that up tomorrow or whether we ask for it to be deferred later in the week when we got a little better sense of whether or not that's something we need to think on or not. We may not know anymore by the end of this week as to whether that's where it goes or not, but just thinking out loud. And we don't have to decide that today, but I'll just make a note.
That's right. Yeah. Good point. Marcy?
Yeah, now that we're in council discussion on this topic, I mean, I'm somewhat surprised not to hear from the STT that they themselves would be comfortable putting it on the preliminary list of method review items for us to consider and provide input on under that agenda item tomorrow. I understand that the situation arose after they had their meeting with the SSC, but I would see a review of this nature that is really about the model to be the type of thing that is appropriately tasked to the STT and the MU and may or may not involve engagement with the SSC. So hearing the discussion here too, I'm reminded it's preliminary topic selection in April. My understanding from the discussion with Dr. O'Farrell is that there would be work on this item that would potentially inform a recommendation as to whether they'd be ready for, finalizing the review at the methods workshop in October. And that's something we make recommendations on in September. So I feel like there is a vehicle there that's already established in our process that should allow for the work to continue and to bring something back to us in September that we'll have an opportunity to provide input on, and then they'd have the opportunity for further review or work at the methods workshop itself come October. I would say I was a little concerned here that possibly bringing the work back in March of next year. I'm feeling like with the concern that folks have raised on this topic, and recognizing, we had a difficult March just already as it was with the model adjustments that were made before we arrived in March or right subsequently after that. I would be concerned with putting this off until that point in time. I realize we have to see how far the work gets, but just in short, I feel like, we do have an established process and we should do our best to let it work. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Phil?
I don't know that I have a different opinion other than if we wait until September to make any kind of assignment, and then we have our methodology evaluation work group meet in October with bringing something forward in November, that's a really tight timeline. So if we were to leave here this week or leave the agenda item of the methodology review this week with nothing more than a placeholder, that would be concerning, at least from my chair, that we would actually have an opportunity for the MU to have something meaningful to look at in October.
Thank you, Phil. Merrick?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm also going to look to my staff to help me here, but as we are thinking about this here in the background, it occurs to us that this is not necessarily a methodology review item, and that according to our COPs, we could be taking this up outside of our methodology review cycle if we so desired. I think that would open up June as a possibility to maybe hear back from the STT on a report of some kind or a development of a plan of some kind. And this is where I might then pass the ball to my staff and see if they have further suggestions on how that process might work if we wanted to take it up outside of the methodology review process.
Thank you for that. I think that June, perhaps the STT could provide a plan under workload planning or something to that could spell out the best way to move this forward. I know the STT is committed to doing just that, and having a little bit of time to process how to best approach that, I think would benefit the STT. I agree that the methodology review may not be the best place for it, and that it may not be an actual methodology review. And that is also something that, the STT has discussed. So I think waiting until June, perhaps providing a report under workload planning, as simple as that, and giving the STT some of the flexibility to define the best path forward, understanding that the council does want to, see some results, by November is ideal. Perhaps, a little bit of extra time for another year's worth of data, as Dr. O'Farrell stated, might give us a better answer than, at least having a little bit of flexibility there might also benefit the analysis itself. So, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Question for National Marine Fisheries Service. And Susan, I'm not intending to catch you cold on this, but have you given any thought to how this examination, appreciating that there could be policy implications and that it's not just a technical review, but have you considered how this might interrelate with the reinitiation of consultation on California coastal Chinook?
Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Uremko, for the question. I haven't had a lot of time to think about this. This has all come up fairly quickly. I have had some preliminary conversations with Dr. O'Farrell and other folks. And so this will be part of NIMS's thinking when we're laying out our approach to that consultation and the information and the things that are at play. But at this point, I don't have a clear answer for you. It will not change the reinitiation. We have reinitiated. And so what we will be doing is we will be looking around for what is the best available data that we have to do the work that we need to do.
Thank you, Susan. Good. Okay. Anyone else? Phil.
So just for my clarity anyway, in terms of where we are in this conversation, we'll have a bit more conversation about this topic during our methodology review agenda item and have the opportunity to consider what Ms. Elke just shared with us as a possible pathway and talk about those and come to some sort of a decision at that point.
I'm not seeing any heads shaking no, so I think that's an accurate assessment.
Okay.
Okay. Robin, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think we're doing okay. hope I was clear, and I want to address Mr. Anderson's comment. I don't think the intention was to pick this back up under D4 under methodology review. I think the intention is to, or what I was trying to express was that perhaps in June would be the best time to describe how a path forward on this topic might be. If I misunderstood or didn't make that clear enough, my apology.
Phil?
No apologies needed. What I put out there as a suggestion is that we consider that as a pathway, not to create the pathway. But at some point, it seems to me we need, if we were going to go down that path, which would be to have that assignment made to the STT that they would bring back to us in June, that would be different than proceeding down our methodology review pathway. We need to make a decision, it seems to me, whether or not that's an acceptable approach from a council perspective. And all I was suggesting is that you put that out there as a possible pathway. Give us a chance to think about that. When we get to the methodology review, that would be an opportunity to think about that as a suggestion to deal with this issue. Not that it go any, not that we put, pen to paper at this stage, but simply describe the pathway and next steps in dealing with this issue.
Thank you.
Chris Kern.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And so I think I'm probably going down the same trail, but I just want to confirm something, if I could, with Mr. Garland, maybe staff, and maybe this is something for later as well. But I think as part of that discussion, I think there was a suggestion that maybe the operating procedures allow for another pathway that could allow for this kind of discussion outside of the methodology review. And so I guess my question is that something that we need to still confirm a little bit before tomorrow, or is that, we pretty sure about that?
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think it would be good for us to dig into this a little bit deeper just to be sure. But the way that I'm reading the conversation is that this very well may not be a methodology review item. We can decide that under the methodology review agenda item. And I think there's a bit of confusion there. And so at that time, we can chart that course and say, do we want to bring this back in June, or do we want to stick this into the usual methodology review process? We can have those answers about the COP that you just raised that time also.
Okay. I'm seeing heads nodding around the table, so that's always a good thing. So with that, no more hands raised. So Robin, how are we doing? I believe we're going to come back to this tomorrow, but I'll let you. To D3 tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We have heard from the advisory bodies. We've had the opportunity for public comment. It's a pretty complex issue, and so we'll leave this agenda item open, D3. The intent, if it is, if we're ready to come back, first agenda item, I'm guessing the states could let us know if they're ready for their guidance after sleeping on it. If not, they can certainly decide a better time.
Okay. Very good. With that, I'm going to hand the gavel back to our chairman to finish the day out and go from there.
We have to be more careful with that gavel. Well, I I suspect we'll come back tomorrow on this agenda item. I'm not sure if it'll be first thing or not. I guess we'll find out in the morning and see what sort of progress people are making. But one way or the other, tomorrow we'll be starting on ground fish. So I know that's very exciting. Start a new FMP for this meeting. So I'll turn to our Executive Director, Merrick Burton, to see if he has any parting words for the day, and then we'll see everyone at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything to add to the day.
All right, have a good evening. Come back recharged for tomorrow. What is there? Mr. Smith.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me. I'd just like to thank your executive director and the council staff for probably one of the best receptions that we've had in a long time, for nothing but good things and good food, and it was a good time. And I appreciate and thank the hard work that went into doing that. So just recognizing the council staff and you, my friend, thank you.
Thank the secretariat.